What's happening, guys? Let me just quickly check audio a second. What's happening, guys? Yeah, we got audio, we're all good. Let me quickly check my mic input here for my in-game microphone. There we go. And what's cracking? I've not really been playing much Marathon. I've been trying to get on with my backlog, the never-ending backlog of Steam games. I've not been doing any Rook runs, so I don't really have any loot from last week's streams or whatever. I've only got what I've got. I mean, I've got a reasonable amount of gear anyway. I mostly just do free loadouts and shit anyway, so I'm just trying to do like faction stuff, but like I'm pretty much done all the priority main quest lines at this point, but I'm like level 45, I think level 60 is the highest level. I'm sure I've got like 28 levels to do or some shit to get the fucking things, and I don't know how much time I've got left. I mean, maybe a month or something like that. I don't know. I need to put some serious work in to get the battle pass finished. So what am I on? What am I on? What am I doing? Active contract over here. That's right. Complete any in-run event, which I've done. Defeat you, Sag. I can do this. I'll just grab a 4K loadout. Easy enough. We'll go Dire Marsh, I guess. Do some Dire Marsh. We'll do Crew Film. It was cracking. How many people fucking playing? Probably getting low. Getting low, mate. This $27 discount is a massive warning sign. Discounted game keys only after 2 months. What? That's literally how I'm like it. That's literally what I'm thinking. That's literally like how those keys like literally work. That they're like cheaper than the actual. Like what? What? This is nonsense, man. You get loads of games that are literally not even out yet, and you get 20-30%. Even higher discounts on games. Complete nonsense. People are talking. People have no idea what they're talking about. Like just living in a world where it's like no one knows what they're talking about. G2A is a grey market reseller of keys obtained through credit card fraud at the speed of which they obtain keys isn't meaningful. Um, Hey guys. How is everybody? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Who's the guy with the cat avatar? Hey, you yellow, are you cheating, bro? You cheating with your cat avatar, bro? You got your cheats all
Hello?
over, bro. Yeah, the cat man,
Hello?
you got your cheats on, bro. Oh, you're not a cat dude. You're not the cat dude.
Yeah, I'm cheating, I'm cheating, I'm cheating.
Oh, is that why you call yourself ninja? You got the no footsteps. Sparkly. Green light nobody wants. This guy's just rolling straight through, clapping everything, bro. Tick. What does the fucking do for a second? Fucking mind that. I need to. He's pulling in the thing in the gym. Man, I need to kill Yusef. All these Yusef dudes out, bro. I can hear him, but I can't see him. I hate myself so much, bro. Literally, I'm getting trolled by the fucking mines, bro. Ugh. Getting trolled by these mines, bro. Sorry, dudes. Getting trolled by these mines, bro. I got mined and then double tapped by a fucking AI, bro. Fucking crazy. Getting McTrolled. Crazy they don't fucking give you a fucking backpack on these fucking loadouts, bro. Well, what can I do about a fucking backpack, bro?
Take a look.
Take a look. What are we taking a look at? What are we looking at? What? A fucking door?
Attaching Claymore.
Plus players.
Claymore placed.
Grab this.
Damn it.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
What's we doing there?
Trap set.
Signal recall window closes in 20 minutes.
I don't know. Take a fucking chance, maybe.
Oh, come
Need
on!
6 more USEC. Is that a fucking... Come on, bro. Fucking mines, bro. A mega belt.
We got trouble.
Okay, yeah. Players.
Grenade out! Can't take much more.
We have a new door down there. Three more USEC.
Pay attention. On the move. Shields broke. Searching.
Stealth engaged.
They leave. He disconnected. Where's the other dude then? Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy? Probably up there. Why does dude disconnect, bro? Why did dude disconnect, bro? What an idiot, bro. Why did dude disconnect when I'm literally on him to revive him, bro? If he hadn't fucking disconnected, he would have been revived and would have been back in the game and I wouldn't have been looking around where the other dude was. Dude just fucking disconnected, man, like a fucking Mongol. Somehow the purple shielded dude just traversed across there without making any noise though either. 393 hours in marathon.
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
Bit weird because I completely lost track of the dude, even though I had the dude basically like hacked or whatever. Like he's literally here. He's literally in the game. It's like as soon as I go for him, then he decides to disconnect. I literally am going for him, and he goes, "Oh, I'm disconnecting." So the guy's just trying on purpose. Where are these guys coming from, bro? Like, not a single step or anything, no sound. Multiple of them moving over there as well. Look, the dude's literally there. Not a single sound can be heard of this guy. It's only because he's setting off the plant that you hear the guy. How does he know there's dudes over there? How does he know where to look? Look at him. He's not missing any of his shots, bro. Every shot he's hitting, bro. Basically, nearly every shot this guy's fucking hitting, bro. That's cheating, bro. His name, Red Tilde. The guy then. You got this team up here who are the ones who are being shot at. And you got this whole other team apparently that are moving over here without making any noise. Look at that shit, you see him there. Look, they're there at the back. Look, he's there. They're there. They're all looking at me. And like, I can't hear this dude. He's looking at me. I can't even hear him. Like, the dude's like looking at me. I can't even hear this dude. I can hear the fucking AI that's inside the other room. Right, so I run across that way. I still can't hear anybody. Still not hearing anybody. This guy's disconnected like a retard. Now I hear the plant and that. I can hear him right there. Then. But barely audible. Just moving around, just completely like no noise. You know what I mean? If the dude in DC, man, dude would have been revived off the ground, but like no, he's like, no, I'm DC, and as soon as I see that he's about to get me up, I'm gonna leave the game.
Let's pick a fight.
Dude, this is the worst loadout ever. A shotgun and a pistol. Hey, what's happening, guys? Sorry, mate. Running a little bit late.
Yeah.
Careful here.
Nice cheats, guys.
Unseen.
He's on the left. On the left.
Maybe this?
Yeah, a little risky, I think. He is. Guys, obviously cheating. Cheaters. They are cheating. Cheaters, man. Every time he went to go for the fucking revive, he pushed in and like did something. Every single time, like he knew exactly what he's doing through the walls, man. Just cheaters, bro. Another game, another set of cheaters. All the anime bullshit allegedly from Canada, allegedly. There you go. Doesn't allow comments anymore on his profile. Yep, definitely a cheater. Whatever. What about his mate here? Bob Zolina. 54 games owned. Plus rep, really good with the dude with the random numbers, private profile. All the usual cheater signs here. People with the numbers are usually people who have been banned for something, for one thing or another. Just a group of cheaters, isn't it? All that anybody ever does these days, they want to pretend to play games for a living. That's what people do. Games are all just sad and boring. But people just to run around and pretend to play video games is what people do now. Everyone doesn't want the real thing anymore. People don't want reality. People just want to play pretend with their own little echo chambers and their own delusions. And you can see this is also true in the whole discourse between Marathon. You've got a whole bunch of people that hate the game. They can't even give you reasons why they hate the game. People that just they don't care about reality. They just don't care about anything. They're just delusional people. Like the whole world is full of just completely delusional people that have no idea what they're talking about, or even what they're doing, and they can't even explain their own actions back to you. They're like robots or NPCs or AIs programmed in the holograms in the Matrix, because there's nothing real about them. You know what I'm saying? Nothing real about any of these people. Games full of cheaters, people online Joe, you can't talk about reality. You want everyone to just accept. No, no, no. I make arguments about what the reality is, and then people can't argue against it. And what you say is a fact, and it shuts down everything anyone else says. No, I shut down everything else says because people don't have anything else to say. They can't back up what they're saying. No, Joe, people argue against you. No, they don't. They say things, they make claims and make statements. Kind of running out of money for the old loadouts. Maybe just run a free loadout. I'm probably just gonna die anyway. I need to make some money back really. Maybe I could just do some fucking I don't know. I do have like regular fucking green shit I can take out. I mean, what's this retaliator? Take a retaliator and a fucking bully. Take a fucking bag. Green shield. We're on 1, 2, 3, and then like 1, 2. Grab the free stuff. I don't deny anything, man. Like I'm always down to have an argument. It's just that the arguments are always one way. I make the argument, and then people deny my arguments, and then make statements and claims. You can literally see it like on every YouTube channel that like hates on Marathon. They all engage in the same behavior. And that is, they just make statements and claims, and no actual arguments are being made. Vault is full. Maybe I can slap some mods on this other retaliator. Put this over here. What mods have we got for the retaliator? Yeah, I got it. Rid of all my LMG fucking mods and shit. I've got one here, I think. Speak for the devil. I think that's all there is for that, though. Didn't put anything on this M77. We'll just sell this. We'll just go out with it. I'll just go out with this. Shit, smoke grenade. Not even a green. It's got 2 greens in it. It's not even green. Get rid of this grey mod. We can stick a green one in there. Nothing for this. I've got nothing. Why do we transfer it to whatever? Not relevant. That's all there is. I'm gonna have to slap some fucking mods on, some implants, whatever. Let's have a look. What's the shittiest ones I've got? Agility, self-revive. I don't have that many legs, so I'm not going to use the legs. Right, that gives me more space. No, you say stuff, make claims as if facts, and shoot down everything anyone says. No, that's what you claim. That's just a statement that you're making. You're literally proving my point now. That's just literally a claim. No, Josh is not right though. So then why? No, but that's just to appeal to consensus. You're just saying that because we all say that he's right, then he must be right. But that's just not how it works. You just have you wouldn't need to do that. You wouldn't need to do the gang-related, backing each other up thing. If you actually had arguments, you'd just repeat the argument, say, no, you're wrong for this reason directly. And then we'd be discussing the actual reason. We wouldn't be making arguments about the claims and the statements and the things that people say. We'd just be arguing the point. But we never argue the point because you guys don't have any points. Gang-related, yeah, you're all in a gang, innit? You're all in the group against me. So you're always going to say that I'm wrong. Well, it's not a cool gang. It's definitely not the cool gang. It's definitely the gang of people that are always wrong and have to back each other up in order to make it out that you're right, gang. But, you know, it's not a cool gang to be in. It's not a claim. It's proven by repeated actions. The proof is in the chat right now. If what I said wasn't true, then there'd be actual arguments being made in chat right now, and there wouldn't be statements and claims and logical fallacies appealing to consensus happening in the chat. There'd be actual direct arguments on points being made if what I said wasn't true. That's what would be happening. So that the evidence is the chat itself that is happening right now. Everyone can see in the top right corner on the screen. So everyone can see that no arguments or points are being made. It's just a no, you. What everyone projects and says that I do, that no, you thing, that's what you guys do. I say what the reality is with the facts as they are, and then you guys go, no, you. Then when I say no, it's you guys, you go, oh look, Joe Blue's going, no, you. He's doing what we're actually doing. 200 IQ logic, honestly, Joe. Is that even a sentence that makes sense? So you have proof on exactly anything you are saying that you can show us. Yeah, the chat's scrolling to your right now, and there's not any arguments being made and anything in relation to what I've just said. But you can show us you are literally accusing people of cheating without any actual proof of it. You're dissecting something from the actual point people are responding to. I mean, the evidence is the dude literally didn't miss any of his shots. The dude knew exactly what the dude was doing through the wall at all times, and there is evidence on their Steam accounts that suggests that they interact with suspicious people or have suspicious claims on their comments. So yeah, there is evidence that I'm basing that on. And there's also the statistical likelihood that you are running against cheaters the vast majority of the time, because that's the state of cheating in modern day gaming. Is this your usual never missed any shots claim when they actually missed a lot? They hardly missed any shots. They missed like one shot in that first game. They hardly missed any shots. Go back. Oh, is it here? This guy? Look, watch this guy. Ready? Looking over there, looking around over there. Looking over here, sees the dude in the distance. Like, bang, that's practically, they look like hits to me. That's a hit. That looks like a hit. That looks like it's probably a hit. That's probably a miss. Like, literally, the bullets are literally like on the dude, almost directly every single time. Sure, I don't have first person view, so I can't tell for sure. But every shot was directly, literally on the player as he ran across. Barney, this is the proof that I'm right now. You're proving me right, Barney, right now. Because we're not even arguing about what I'm arguing about. You know what I'm saying? You're literally just dissecting a singular thing and then playing semantic word games around it. That's proof that I'm right. You're proving that I'm right. Because if you had actual arguments, you'd just be making actual arguments. You wouldn't have to play they're dissecting certain points and then making semantic arguments around those dissected points. We would just be making actual arguments and actually having true and honest discussions about what things actually are. Instead, we have to play this stupid game where you just take a point that's only partially directly related to what we're talking about and then playing semantic word games around it. That's it. So again, it's like I'm not allowed to be hyperbolic. We all know how I talk. It's been affirmed. It's been spoken about so many times about how I speak and how I like to speak in an exaggerated manner. Yet somehow you're still not allowing for that in your discourse with me, even though you know it to be true. So at what point are you being disingenuous when you know how a person talks and how they speak, and you still try to hold them over the fire for things that you've been previously explained to repeatedly? At what point are you arguing in bad faith? There's nothing wrong with being hyperbolic if you know the person is a hyperbolic person. You know that that's how they are. There's nothing wrong with that. If you understand hyperbole is a perfectly valid way to speak. So just because you explain things doesn't mean you're in the right. No, but if I've already explained that's how it is, and then you keep pretending that's not how it is, someone's arguing in bad faith, and it's not me. Because I'm just doing what I've always done, explain my position, and then you're ignoring the explanation, and then still judging me, ignoring the explanation that's been given. So someone's doing something disingenuously, and it's not me. It's like normal people when they're speaking casually with people, they don't talk like robots that get everything specifically right. We're not in an interview here. We're not like in a court of law. It's just a bunch of people on the internet talking. And when people talk, even in general chit chat with people, with friends and whatever, you speak in generalized, sometimes in exaggerated manners, because that's how human beings talk. We don't talk like, oh no, I better get the actual true definitional word absolutely correct. I can't make a single mistake. I can't exaggerate, because then people will use it against me. We all know when we're dealing with normal people that when you say, oh, everybody's like that, we know it's not everybody. We know it's not everyone. When you say, oh, everyone's cheating these days, we know it's not everyone when we say that. If I'm going to my friend and I'm talking to somebody in the street, whatever, and go, yeah, everyone's cheating these days, we both know we don't mean everyone. We both know that. We know it automatically, doesn't need explaining. Like if I go to a random person, I'm in a pub or in a bar, and we're talking about video games, and we're talking about the state of how games are, and be like, oh man, everyone's just cheating these days. And be like, yeah man, everyone's got a bonus there, and they're all doing this. We'd have a talking, but we would both know we're not actually thinking everyone, because we know that we're both not cheating. So we both know it's not everyone. We both know we mean the majority. It's like everyone. It's not everyone you're dealing with. That's how people talk. We both know what we don't know. We know it's not everyone. We know that implicitly. It needs no explanation as to that. So when you're saying a dude doesn't miss any shots, it literally means, well, he might miss some shots, but he's basically not missing enough that a real person would. Joe, what you mean everyone, you cry every time you die in the game, claiming cheater. Yeah, and if there's 20% of the player base cheating in any video game, in a 12-player game, then you'll have cheaters in 91% of your games, and it's less likely to have a singular cheater than it would be to have multiple cheaters. So in a 12-player game, with 20% of the player base cheating, you're going to have literally 2, 3, 4 or more cheaters in 91% of your games. So if I am getting killed in every game and it's a cheater, the stats are on my side to support that that's true. You got no evidence to say that it's not 20%. AI says between 10 and 20%. The agreed upon stuff like from Any Brain and other people doing AI anti-cheats said 20%. Most people online think it's around 20%. I know people in real life that think it's also higher than 20%. But would say that 20% is a perfectly reasonable percentage. It's a multi-million-dollar business. 5% of people cheating isn't making cheating a multi-million-dollar business. 5%. No, no, no. It's gonna be at least 10% bare minimum out there at best. And at 10%, you're talking about 68% of your games having multiples of cheaters in them. 68% at 10%. Even at 5%, you're talking 42%. So even then, you're still getting nearly 50% of your games with multiple cheaters in them, even at 5%. But most people would agree, most normal, reasonable people would agree, 10-20% is probably more realistic and 20% is perfectly reasonable. Your imaginary friend doesn't count here, Joe. Yeah, whatever, guys. Like, literally, any point of evidence you want to use will suggest that it's somewhere around 20% at least as a reasonable estimate of how many people are cheating in video games would be completely reasonable. There's no evidence to suggest that it's like 5% or less. There's no evidence to support it. Joe, if that were the case, I'd be going against you every match in DBD. I've met 2 cheaters in the past year. Look in the mirror, Josh. Like, literally, like, you like, how often do the cheaters know that they're running into other cheaters? How do you know you're dealing with a subtle cheater or not? How do you know? How do you determine it? Most of you guys, like I've said many times, you don't have a standard of what you think is suspicious or cheating. Unless it's obvious, like the guy's literally saying, I'm cheating, I'm cheating, I'm cheating, and then shoots you from like a concrete wall through like 10 miles away in a video game. Then you go, well, I think that guy's cheating. Oh yeah, obviously he's cheating. You don't, Bonnie. With the cheater code names, the throwing when they run into another cheater. With the cheater code names, the throwing when they run into another. You mean win trading? So you don't think win trading is a real thing, Barney? Are you saying win trading is not a real thing? So I played Hunt for around 3-ish hours on stream last night, and I didn't meet a single cheater since we killed them all. And I'm the cheater now. How do you know that they're not cheating? Just because you beat them means that they're not cheating. How do you know? How do you know that they weren't cheating even if you did beat them? I beat cheaters all the time in Hunt Showdown, and I'm not cheating. Like, so you can beat cheaters. It doesn't guarantee that they're gonna win just because they're cheating. You're so full of it, Joe. Like, again, why? No one's saying anything, just saying things. Yes, because you're a girl and girls are less good at video games. I love this English, and have to cheat to compensate. Well, it's like, well, women don't have the aggression that men have to play. Like, usually, like, people that dominate in video games are people who play aggressively, because, like, bad players can't deal with aggression. That's why in, like, games like League of Legends, I always play aggressively. I'll always push people until they basically break, or that I have to retreat because they can deal with my aggression. So, like, men will play aggressively, and women tend not to play aggressively. They tend to play more defensively and more supportively, which is a fine play style, but most of the time men will play aggressively and they will win more because they play more aggressively. They have the aggressive mindset. That's just saying that women can't be aggressive and they can't do that, but men are typically more aggressive, and aggressive play styles are more successful than defensive play styles, because the best form of defense is a good offense. I wasn't crying about teabagging. I was literally making an argument that teabagging and toxic behavior wasn't as bad when I was first playing DBD to then how it became. I wasn't complaining about teabag. So you can't even be honest about the things that we were talking about. Yeah, I don't think it has always been bad. It was there, but it was never bad. It felt like it went that way. I felt like I played the game for at least a year before it became really toxic. It felt like there was a time where it wasn't as toxic. Well, I can only speak from my own experience, and that was, I was perfectly fine playing the killer for like a year and having good games and dominating a lot of games, and then all of a sudden I started getting a lot more of these like bullying games where I started to get bullied a lot and teabagged and basically, well, bullied basically. And so I eventually stopped playing killer I went to playing Survivor, where I felt the games were less toxic, and I wasn't observing the survivors treating the killer in the same way that I get treated when I was playing as a killer. But slowly over time, I started to see that this behavior became more and more commonplace, even in the Survivor games that I was playing. That's my experience of DBD. You can say that you had a different experience, but that's how I had the experience. But I'm not actually complaining about the teabagging. We all understand that BM is just a part of online gaming, and that's just how it is. Like, we all engage in a bit of BM from time to time, but I wasn't complaining about the teabagging. I was just complaining about the fact that it seemed more toxic now than it used to be back when I was playing it. But generally, I don't really have a problem with it. That's not really the point that I was making. Yes, less toxic because you were the toxic, like the match you dragged out. I didn't drag a match out. The match was being dragged out. This is what I'm saying. This is the evidence, guys. The evidence that I'm right is right before you in your eyes. Like, so the situation is like this. There's 3 of us on the gate. I don't know where the Dwight is on the map. We're just waiting to make sure the Dwight gets out. The huntress killer comes to us at the gate, starts, you know, trying to get us to leave, and just hit the air, basically doing nothing. And I'm like, well, I don't care what the killer's doing. I'm just gonna wait for the Dwight to show up, and so that we can all escape and get out of here. I don't know what the killer's doing. I don't care what the killer's thinking, right? Because the killers can be trolls. They can make it seem like, oh, I'm just playing friendly. Let's go and point farm, and then you spend the whole time point farming, and then they'll kill you at the gate and just kill you anyway, and just do some like troll shit. Like, I don't trust anything what the killer's doing. So I'm just going to wait for the Dwight to show up so that we can get out. My chat is going to have a go at me because I'm standing at the gate with the other 3 people saying that I'm dragging out the game. Even if we left, the Dwight's still in there dragging the game out. So we're not really dragging the game. And the killer at any time could just literally push us out of the gate by hitting us and pushing us out of the game. So why am I getting blamed for dragging the game out when the killer could just push us out of the game? Makes no sense, but I'm going to get aggro for it anyway. No, we had a go at the two-faced bullshit. You complain about teabag. I wasn't complaining about teabagging. I was just literally making the argument that it wasn't as toxic when I used to be playing DBD. That's what I'm saying, guys. This is what I'm saying. This is how I know I'm right. I am right. I am the guy that is always right, and you guys are always wrong. Because look, like you can't even be truthful about what we was actually arguing about. I wasn't arguing about I wasn't complaining about teabagging. It's not my fault I didn't leave when asked to. I wasn't asked to leave. I was just waiting for. I'm not going into this. It's fucking stupid. I've got a lot of XP to get for this battle pass, so I'm not going to be able to complete it. So I've got to get going. Back to what I said at the start. You claim your own. I don't claim my own reality. I make my arguments. I support it with evidence, and you guys go no, 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 no. We all say no. We say no. We say no. We all say no. No, no, it's not us making claims, evidence. You making claims. No, you, no, you. No, 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 no. That's you guys. It's just projection. I make arguments. I make points. I have evidence. I get denied. And just get told no, 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 over and over again. Calm yourself, M-Lord Claimer. I'm not claiming anything, bro. M-Lord. Like, my argument wasn't even about whether people are cheating, people are dissecting the fact that, oh, he's saying this guy, he never misses any of his shots. When my argument was just about the state of the world and how it's just full of people who want to pretend to play video games and people who just want to make fake arguments about games, and everyone's fake. No one's got integrity. No one's honest. No one, even you guys in chat are proving me right. No one's honest. You can't even concede that I wasn't complaining about teabagging. Just the fact that it was less toxic when I was playing it initially and how it became. You can't even say you can't even give me that's your experience, Joe. We'll let you have your experience. Nope. Even that I'm not allowed. Everyone's just disingenuous, everyone's fake, everyone just makes claims. No one can be honest about anything. Even their games that they play, they can't even be honest in that. They've got to pretend to be good in that. It's always everyone else, not you. But maybe it is everyone else and not me. Maybe that is just the fact. It's not that I want it to be that way. I would much rather be in a world where we're all in agreement, living in kumbaya, singing together, you know, all happiness together, one another, oh, love and harmony, and we all just got along. I don't want to be the only guy that's right. Why would I want to be in a world where I'm the only one that's right? Who wants to live in a world like that? Why would I want that for myself? Why would I want to be the only guy that's right and everyone else being wrong? What a horrible life to live. Why would I want that to be true? Maybe just unfortunately that is the truth. Well, maybe because it's the truth and that's just the unfortunate circumstances that I'm in. I'm living in troll world, isn't it? You guys are all AI constructs of the Matrix, and there's some mastermind running this reality trolling me to shit. Here in troll world, super troll bros.
Oh yeah, I know where this is, in AI uplink basements, plane.
How's it going, guys? You all good?
Hey man.
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Yeah, not too bad, man.
Right, AI. Oh, there we are. We're in AI uplink. Nice. A destroyer, nice. Oh, let's get in the basement.
Around team, it's probably everyone's cheating. 91%. Whoa.
It can also be accessed through the little square bit behind us. Just as an FYI, people may try and come in there.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Any idea how we get to the basement here? Oh, it's down there. Nice.
I'm just blocking the stairwell, bros.
It's this way. I'm pretty sure it's this way.
I hope he reports his teammates for cheating then, since they are all cheaters.
No, it might be, actually, hang on, it might be this way.
Cheaters not knowing where to go. I know, right? They should just... Warhacks don't tell them where players are, not where their objectives are. Crazy. M-Lord can never be outplayed normally. These peasants must be
You have to get a
using
blip up.
foul magic. Yeah, of course. No. How it works is...
Is it not here?
How it works is I get
Is it
matched
on me?
Oh, no, there it is, yeah.
How it works is I get matched with people that aren't cheating, and I get matched into people that are cheating. That's how it works. It's cheater-based matchmaking. That's what every game has.
Western side of Anomaly.
Every game these days
I
has
think it's this
cheater-based
building,
matchmaking.
roughly where I've just pinged, purple.
Yeah. Let's head, I guess.
Cheater-based matchmaking. It is cheater-based matchmaking. It's not a new one. I was literally arguing that meme. I say meme. I was arguing that sort of joke in Marvel Rivals when everyone was saying EOMM, oh, it's engagement optimized matchmaking. I'm like, no, it's cheater-based matchmaking. You're getting matched with cheaters, is what it is.
Meant to me.
It is, it's cheater-based matchmaking. The game identifies who's legit and who's not legit, and then puts all the cheaters on one side and all the legits on the other side.
You got on the drone, Rebel?
Yeah, in 20 seconds I'll have another one.
Yeah.
A rift of anomalous energy has manifested in the area.
Five seconds, Captain Blue.
Right, just wanted to, sorry, I just wanted to finish that objective off, sorry, man. Yeah.
There.
Were you pinging the for?
Oh, I thought there was activity.
So cheater-based matchmaking, except for when somebody get a chance on a team and throw away. Well, there's so many cheaters, sometimes they can't fill the cheaters on one team, so some of the overfill of cheaters, because there's so many of them, sometimes they get put on your team.
I
And when the
think it's this building.
and when the cheaters
Okay.
cheaters identified they're on the
That is the
overkill
west
team,
side.
then
Makes sense.
they troll and then they just throw the game so the cheater team can win.
Shit.
Yeah, it is.
Brits, I'm already
Griffin
superior
now.
to everyone else. Correct? Yeah, they are.
There's a
Man.
nearest decon. Go greenhouse, or we can go south complex.
The British brought civilization to the world. Thank you very
Oh.
much. Thank you very much.
There's also one at AI. Black at AI.
we
Oh no,
brought,
that's secure
we brought
resources. Yeah,
civilization
nice.
to the whole world.
We could try and grab the
Joe, have you ever
anomalous
bought
sample
cheated?
if you want.
You seem to know about a lot about
Can
them.
do. There might also be.
Anyone
I've got
ever
some
sorry.
antivirus because there might also be a lockdown, but I could do
Lockdown.
that another time.
I do not have one of those. Yeah.
Joe, Joe,
Greenhouse is
Joe-
probably
Uh,
safest bet, I'd say.
yeah, let's head to your decon.
Joe, you ever bought cheats? No. You seem to know a lot about them. It's
Is
just
it the
because
white ping that you've
I've
got over
looked
there?
into them
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I've succumbed to them.
20 minutes
Anyone ever
remaining.
offered you any? No, they haven't. No.
Mind the plan.
I've never bought any. I've never been
Yeah.
offered any.
You're gonna get caught in
Reading,
there.
do you know it? Haha.
You wanna head through the bottom?
What a fucking
Oh, yeah, we
lie.
could
I don't
do,
know what
couldn't
you're
we?
talking about.
Yeah, it's a bit more covert.
They throw because they know our Lord Joe is, so they throw it. Lord. Well, no, it's just because they recognise the cheater codenames on the other team, realise they're on the losing team, and so they start win trading. Like if cheaters know that they're the majority, then it becomes obvious that whenever you're in the minority to throw, and that you'll always ensure
We've been spotted.
that you win more games than you lose, because you'll always be on the winning team for the mass majority of the time. And if you just win trade, you'll win more or less more times than
We can get the
the
expert as
people
well
who
straight
are
after, pretty
always
much.
losing.
Alright, decon's on. If you want to whirl up the...
Well, old age
Yeah,
slaps
so I'll
on,
go
you
for
just
it.
can't play like you used to. The average age of gamers is 40
Why
years
not?
old. Something like that, anyway. About the average game of gamers is around 35 to 40 or something like that.
Are you guys opening doors? No, another team? Possible? Oh, no, just US, I think.
Yeah.
Gathering intel.
Alright, let's go. Good little run, that, guys.
Nice one.
GG, guys, GG. Well, you know, average of gamers, are you sure about that? Something like that. I'm sure the main demographic's like 30 to 45
probably
or
want
some
more
shit
of
like
them.
that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's ask AI. I'll get Copilot, uninstall it. Uninstall Copilot and use it. It's rubbish. What is the average age of gamers like worldwide? Well, it's about 41 years old. There we go. The best current estimate is that the average age of gamers worldwide is about 41 years old. So the average age of players is 41. The average reactions of players is around 200, 250 ms, and I've proven that I'm around, 150, 180, depending on how focused I am on that day, and that's just, that's just reality. So I'm already above average. So even if at my old age, I'm still going to be above average, the average age. So if the average age is 40 and I'm already above average anyway, I'm still going to be above average of what the average is, isn't it? I'm still going to be above the average. So the average is the majority of the people that I'll be going against. Most of the people are going to be around their 30s and their 40s, and I'm already proven that I'm above average as it is. So the vast majority of people that I should be running against should be more or less worse than me at games. I have proven I'm above average, bro. How will most of them be above average? They wouldn't be average. Then that would be the average. Above average would be the average if they were above average, because the average is what the majority is. The average is what the majority are.
Just perimeter. I'm tempted to take a sniper, actually.
Yeah, you go for it if you want.
I'm being forced to stick in a crew. You have situational awareness, battle sense, combat decision making, etc. What I'm saying, you're not above average. But how would you know? How would you base whether or not I was above average or not? What are you basing it on? All we can really base it on, that's impartial, is my raw reaction speed, which would imply my cognitive speed, which would imply my level of intelligence, and all of the things like situational awareness. Yeah. MMR, it's not impartial. It's not. It can't be used as a metric to determine if somebody's good or not, even if people weren't cheating. Well, get this fucking Ghost in the Shell like music out of my ear for a second. Thank you, please. Right. Like, okay, like, look, even if nobody was cheating, you still couldn't use MMR as a way to determine whether or not if I was good at a game or not, or if I was above average or not. Yeah, reaction speed is only one part of the puzzle, but it's the only part of the puzzle that we can actually confirm that is in isolation to a benchmark that can be proven, right? It's the only one. We can't judge anything else. Everything else has what would you say, like aspects that would diminish its value. Like, even if we took cheaters out, which obviously if you got cheaters running around, then they're going to affect your MMR. That's just a fact. Even if you remove the cheaters, MMR doesn't prove skill. It's not it can indicate that you are skillful, but it isn't the metric by which you can tell how good a person is at a game. We're watching what you put out and basing it on that. But that's just a claim. That's just a wild statement and a claim that's being made. That's got nothing to substantiate it. If you consistently make bad plays, but I don't consistently make bad plays, how do you determine what a bad play is? How do you know what a good play actually is that doesn't work because of cheaters? And you're going to say, well, because it didn't work, that means it's a bad play, eliminating the fact that it's because I'm against a cheater who shouldn't have been able to react or been able to play against what I was doing. So it's not excuse making. It's literally the facts of the matter. If I've got a clear plan of action where I'm doing something, like for example, I'm in 3-star and I know that people in 3-star should have sufficiently really bad reaction speeds that I think that it's safe for me with the better and superior reactions to re-peek a window maybe several times. Maybe several times peeking a window in 3-star because I'm confident now I'll get the hit on them before they can hit me. And then I immediately get one tapped in the head. Might be because they're cheating. You don't have better or superior, or you're behind. No. It's not like it's not like, even if you remove cheaters out of the game for sure, you still can't use MMR to determine whether or not somebody is better at the game or not. Do you know why that is? No, I'm as good as exactly as I think I am. It's just that, unfortunately, there are other aspects that limit, like, honest to good, decent players at games. I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm not saying I'm the god. I'm not saying I'm the GOAT. I'm not saying anything like this. I know that I'm a decent gamer. I know exactly where my skill level is. Saying no, I'm not doesn't mean anything. But like to the point, what I'm trying to make here is MMR can't be used even without cheaters as a metric to determine if somebody is good or bad at the game. Joe, if you're making bad play, doesn't mean because they're cheating and going to win because of that, then how you're beating cheaters all the time, like you claim. I'm not saying that I beat cheaters all of the time. I'm saying that I do beat cheaters. Remember, all the time means that it's a consistent thing that happens a lot, not that it's literally all the time. You're doing the semantic word game. Like you're not accounting for the fact that I make exaggerated statements. So the next time that you isolate something like that, remember, Joe Blue's a person who speaks in exaggerated terms. So when he says all the time, it can't be all the time because that's impossible. So you should know that clearly means a large amount of the time that it can happen. It's not semantic word games. Well, it is because it's been explained to you that I speak in exaggerated terms, yet you're still holding me to what the words mean. You're still holding me to the semantics of what the words mean, and not allowing me my right to be to speak in exaggerated terms. Am I not allowed to look? I'm a person who speaks in exaggerated terms. I like to speak in exaggeration. I'm not in a court of law. In a court of law, I'm not in a job interview. I'm not in any kind of or official place where I need to be defined with my wording. I'm in a casual, informal place online in public, speaking informally with people online, where I should be allowed the freedom to speak in informal, exaggerated terms with the understanding that we all know that I am speaking in these informal, exaggerated terms, and that I should not be held accountable to the semantics of the words that I say, when we should all be in agreement that I should be allowed the freedom to speak in exaggerated terms on the implicit knowledge that that's what I'm doing. I know that when I say all of the time or everyone, that it's literally not what I mean. A person that makes loads of claims, maybe. Joe, if you're in games with people of the same skill level as you, claiming cheaters just to cope. No. MMR can't be used as a metric to determine a person's skill in the game. Do you know why? You said you beat them all the time, which means you're saying that you beat them on a regular basis. Yes, I do. How you beat them on a regular basis if you said yourself that it doesn't matter if you're making a good play or a bad play because they're cheating? That doesn't even make sense to me. I don't even understand what you're saying. That doesn't make sense. You said yourself that it doesn't matter if you're making a good play or a bad play because they're cheating. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Literally, literally makes no sense. It literally makes zero sense what you're saying. You understand that there are different levels of cheaters, right? That there are some people that are so bad that even when they're cheating, they can still be beaten. Like, you're only as good as your strongest link. And if my reaction speeds are above average, my reaction speeds are always going to be above average. So somebody who's cheating, whose reactions are 80 ms, sorry, 100, sorry, that would be super fast, sorry. Like, 400 ms reaction speed, 300 ms reaction speed, somebody who's literally so slow that it takes them 300 ms to react to anything, to press that aimbot button, is probably still going to lose to me, even with them cheating. Aren't they? Because they're only as strong as their strongest link. I said earlier that you make bad plays all the time, and you said it does not matter if you make a bad play or not because they're cheating. I didn't say that. That's not what I've said. You're not above average. My reaction speed is above average. So if what you're doing doesn't matter because they're cheating, how are you beating cheaters? Because cheaters have different levels of skill, just like real people do with legitimate skill. You're only as strong as your strongest link, and so you're only as strong as your weakest link. Sorry, and if your weakest link, which is your reaction speed, which you can't fake your reaction speed even with cheats. If you've got a 300, 400 ms reaction speed window, then it doesn't really matter how good your reaction, your aimbot is. You're still gonna lose to somebody who can react faster than you. Innit? Joe, I didn't say that, Blue, when he literally said that. Why would I say that though? Like, if I said that, then you're missing the context of what was being said. Because if everyone's cheating, why am I even bothering playing the games in the first place? Yeah, go and clip it, but make sure you clip everything preceding it as well. But no one's still answering the question of which I've been asking, which is, even if you remove all the cheaters from the game, MMR doesn't determine how good you are at the game. Why is that? Joe, what's my reaction time? Around 150 to 180 ms. Depending on like, mood or like depending on whether I'm on it or not, innit? Like sometimes I'm on it and sometimes I'm not. I've already proved it. I've got 2 videos on my YouTube channel from 2 separate ones, so I don't need to prove anything. I've already proven it. Why? I mean, I've already proven it. I have it's not because I proved there's 2 videos on my YouTube channel that show my reaction times. Old videos are proof, yeah. If it was proof in the olden times, and it's still proof now. Yeah, I'm gonna use that in a court of law. I'll rob a bank and be like, sorry, you can't use this footage of what happened in the past to convict me of a bank robbery because that's just old video footage. Can't use that against me. Reaction times change. So how much do you think my reaction times are going to have changed within like a year? Why? The average player, the average player is 41, right? The average gamer is 41 worldwide. The average reaction speed of people in generally all ages is around 200, 250. That's the average for everyone. Doesn't really, it's not age dependent. That reaction speed test isn't age dependent. So 250 being the average, which means if the average will be that, then people who are older will obviously be below the average, right? Will be below what the average is. So the average will be generally for everybody, for all age groups. So as you get older, you're going to get slower. So the average age of gamers being 40, 41, their reactions are probably going to be less than average because the average is 200, 250 age independent. So if we're dependent on age, which is what the gamer age is, 40, 41, then they'll likely be below average. So even if you want to make the argument that somehow in a year, my reaction times have fallen from above average to just average, my average reaction speeds at 39 will still be better than the average player base of 40, 41, who would be presumably below average reaction speed. I've already proven it, Josh. I've already proven it. I don't need to go to your whims. Dance to my tune, monkey man. You better do what I tell you to do, otherwise we're going to say it's not proof. It's not. It's because I don't want to be under pressure doing things on other people's whim. When I'm in a debate and an argument, I'm not in the. You need to be in the Zen mode, and you need to be in the flow state, innit? I need to be clear of thought and be like bang and on it. That's how it works. Like when you're playing the game and you're locking in, when you get good in the game, it's when you're locking in and everything else is being blocked out and you're just focusing on the objective and you're in the flow state and you're banging. That's when your reactions are on point. If I'm like in a discourse and I'm arguing with people, I'm not in that like Zen state where I can just be like bang, smacking it out. It's not about no balls. It's the fact that I'll be in a position where I will likely produce a bad result and then you will all hold it against me. I've already proven it twice. I don't need to prove it again. He did a stream or two ago. He was 40 or 60 ms slower. No, it was a completely different reaction test. My reaction still came out at 180, which is above average. The average still came out at 180, which is above average. In the previous test, it came out as 150, more or less, around 150 ms. And then the new one that I did on a different one that everyone wanted me to do that specific site only for some reason. So I went to that site and for somehow my ms was like 20 ms slower on that particular site, but it was still, the average was 188 ms, which is above average. The average is 200 to 250 ms, and my average was 188 or 187 or something like that. That was the average. 190 ms is still above average. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Above average, no. Well, the average is 200 to 250, so technically it'd be above average by 60 ms, because the average is a range of 200 to 250. So I'm above that 50 ms average range. So I'll be 60 ms from the lowest average to the highest average. But I am above average. That's literally what above average is. So you still haven't made the argument, which is even if you eliminate all the cheaters, MMR doesn't determine how good a person is at a game. The start of the average is 250 because it starts from the lowest, and the highest will be the highest point. So it would start from the lowest to the highest, and it doesn't start from the top to the bottom, it starts from the bottom to the top. Yeah, so why, even if you eliminated all the cheaters, why would MMR not be a metric in which you can determine somebody's skill on? 250 is the average. You're barely above by 10 ms, 60 ms, because the lowest point of the average is 50, 250. So there are some people who are 250 ms that'll be classed as average, and I'm 60 ms faster than they are. No matter what games you try to play, that doesn't change. Yeah, I'm still 10 ms, which is a lot than the average. But that's just from one test on one time. Before that, I was 150 ms on a different website. So yeah, 10 ms can make the difference between winning and losing. In a game like Counter-Strike, where it's all about who peaks first and shoots, 10 ms can make all the difference between winning and losing, for sure. Because you'll all, if the game was click your button as fast as you can, and I'm in a competition for the highest medal or whatever, for the gold medal, for the person who can click the button the fastest, me being 10 ms faster than the other person, I will always win. I'll always click that button 10 ms faster than the other person. Always. So I'm always going to win, right? So if you're talking holding an angle and I've got all the lines shot up, as soon as I see a dude's head bang and I fucking hit that shot, I'm always going to hit that shot 10 ms faster than somebody else who's on the average chain. So I'm always going to win. I'm always going to be 10 ms faster. But you still haven't answered the question of why MMR is not a metric in which you can determine somebody's skill. Because the other people are cheating. Complete 35 contracts. We've got loot unopened core storage containers, loot unopened bio printers. Seems reasonable enough. Rank 24, I need 28, I think, to get my last, yeah, like 28, I need a bunch of unstable gunmetal as well. Be on the lookout for that. Overflow items. Both of them, I've got no room for any of these. Holy shit, boys. Sell them. 10 MS Joe, have you literally hardly ever win shots like that? I literally don't know what you're talking about. I literally have 6 shots literally on Hunt Showdown all the time. Again, exaggerated things. It's not literally all the time. Who made that claim? No, because you're ass. So why are you not high at MR and Hunt then? Like I told you, even if you eliminated all the cheaters, Josh, MMR is not a metric in which you can determine how good somebody is at a game. You think that it is, but that's what ignorant people think, but it's not true. Like, what is it that I'm asking for that determines why MMR is not a reliable metric to determine if someone's skillful at a game or not? Who claimed MMR isn't a metric to determine skill? Me. I claim it. I'm claiming that MMR is not a metric to determine skill. Did you? I don't remember doing that. No. So like, why is it? Why is that? What is skill for a start? Like, how do we determine skill? Like, there's a problem right now in Hunt Showdown that makes it like glaringly obvious why MMR isn't a metric to determine skill. No one's even going to take a stab at it. No one's even going to take a stab at answering the question. Because I've been playing in these 5-star lobbies with my cousin who magically got 5-star for some unknown reason, even though we all play in the same games together. He gets 5-star, even though we're similar MMR, similar KDA, sorry. And yeah, and somehow there's a problem in these lobbies that is got nothing to do with skill. Obviously they're cheating as well, but like KDA doesn't determine what your MMR is, Joe. OMG. Well, no, but me and my cousin both play in the same games, and we both get the same like kills. Yet he's ranked up, and I haven't ranked up. Yet we both play in the same games, playing through the same MMR, playing in the same games together. Like whenever he's playing, I'm playing with him. So I'm in the games where he's getting 5-star. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the game when he gets 5-star. And I'm in his games, and I've got games where I'm literally getting 6 kills, 7 kills, and I'm literally getting the kills. Not really. Not really. Most of the times he plays with me, he's playing with me. There might be the occasion where he plays some Bounty Clash or something like that on his own.
Remember
But most of the time when he's playing the games with me.
Forget.
Yeah, not really. As in, the vast majority of the time, 90% of the time, he's playing those games with me. Am I in here solo, bro? Am I solo? They're not through film. Loot unopened core storage containers, loot unopened bio printers. Where would I find bio printers? Bio research? See, I'm not allowed to say anything about it immediately being not true, even though my cousin literally works, and when he's not working, he'll be playing the game, and he'll usually be playing in the evening, which is when I'll be playing, and usually when he's online, he'll be playing with me. So for the vast majority of the time, he's playing those games with me. But still, no one can answer why MMR is not a metric in which you can determine skill from. Even if you eliminate the cheaters. KDA is not the MMR is. Okay. Literally talking about something completely separate about what determines skill. Like, the KDA thing's a completely separate thing. Like, we're in the same games, we're getting the same kills, I'm carrying games, and sometimes he carries games, sometimes I'm carrying games, so on and so forth. Right? So, it makes no sense that he's gone 2 ranks above me, instantly, literally like from 3-star, immediately into 5-star, just randomly, in the game. You are friends with 3 KDA and have a 1.2 KD, and I'm still 6-star together with them. I have friends 3 KDA and I have a 1.2 KDA, and I'm still 6-star together with them. So then how are you 6-star? Because I see people in 6-star with like 1.5 KD, and I see people in 3-star with 1.5 KD with lots of game time as well. So how are people getting into these high ranks when it's not reflected in their KD? Yeah, but then what is determining you getting into it? You can't just say, oh, because I'm good at the game. That doesn't make no sense. It's literally based on the people that you kill that gets you your MMR.
Alert.
Yeah, because I'm good at the game, I kill people with higher or equally as good MMR as me, but you're always more or less fighting in your own MMR. If you're in a duo with somebody, then you're literally going to be playing against people of your own MMR. And if you're playing in on your as a solo, then you're playing against people who are lower than your MMR. So you're not typically playing against people who are higher MMR than you. So if you're playing in a duo with your friend, then you're more or less playing it around a 3-star rank together, yet one person's ranking up and the other person's not. What's happening, base dude? What's cracking, bro?
20 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm off to bio research anyway. I need these bio printers or whatever. I'm waging right now. I'm waging. You mean you're raging? Wow, what's cracking? What's going on? I only either pre-made trio or random trio. Right. Right, so that'll be the reason why you rank up though, isn't it? The reason is because you play trio, isn't it? That'd be the reason why you rank up and I don't rank up though, isn't it? Like, that'd be the contributing factor, wouldn't it? Is that you play trios. So you're always playing against people of your MMR. Whereas I only play people of a similar MMR when I'm playing with my cousin. Outside of that, I'm always playing on my own, so I'm always playing against people who are lower MMR. And therefore, even if I'm getting multiple kills, it's still never enough MMR to ever, like, rank me up. No, because I'm literally... No, because I have the same KD. Then No, it's because it's because of the concentration of games, isn't it, Josh? It's because of the level of the concentration of games. It's got nothing to do with carrying. I'm literally carrying him in some of his games. It's not true. You guys fail at logic. I've got like 1,200... I've got like... How many hours have I got in fucking Hunt Showdown? 1,400 hours or something? I've got like... Oh, how much have I got here? I got 1,700 hours in Hunt Showdown, bro. 17 hours. And my cousin's literally only coming up to like 1,000 hours. I've got nearly like 800 more hours in Hunt Showdown than he does. How is it signs that he's better? It shows that I literally play against people who are below my skill level more often, so that my majority of games has far more people played who are of a lower level than I am. And when I do play with my cousin, those are the only times that I play against people of a similar level. So he's got a higher concentration of games overall that he's played, where he's playing at a higher MMR than I do, whereas mine's also diluted with lots of lower skilled players in my games. So that's my concentration, is that I'm playing against more lower skilled players than I am higher skilled players. So it requires a lot more for me to raise my MMR than it does for my cousin, who has a cleaner record. No, it's not high, it's better. You don't understand how KD and shit works, man. I'm literally being penalized because I'm a solo player. That's what it is. I'm against cheaters and I'm being penalized for being a solo player. You're carrying him, yet you're on the ground complaining about being targeted and also complaining. I don't know what you're talking about. You're literally just saying claims again. Just like saying things again. Carrying him, yet you're on the ground complaining about being targeted and also complaining that he feels like they're feeding him kills. There's literally one instance where I said that on stream after the previous session I had with him where it felt like that. That doesn't mean that I'm not carrying him in those other games, just because all of a sudden it felt like that's what was happening. Again, you're dissecting something and then you're surrounding an argument around a dissected point that's removed from the actual context of why it's being said or how it's being said, or avoiding or ignoring everything else prior to the moment that you're dissecting. This is how you know that I'm always right and you're always wrong, because I don't need to
15
dissect
minutes
a
until
point
signal loss.
to twist it and contort it to suit my needs. I just talk things as they are. You're literally saying you're targeted every single stream I've seen, dude. No. No, that's not what is happening. That's not what I've said at all, ever. You can't point to something that has happened because it proves me wrong. No, you're not pointing to something. You're removing an aspect devoid of anything else. You're saying because he said this thing this one time, that must be true all of the time. And you should ignore the fact, even though he said he carries him, and that directly contradicts what he's just said, I'm going to ignore the contradiction and just say, well, that can't be true, can it? Because you say that you're getting targeted, so it can't be true. No, that's literally proof that what you're literally presenting is false. You've encoded your own falsehood into your own statement. Yeah, the contradiction proves that the dissected thing that you're making out proves you wrong. Because there's a contradiction there, isn't there? How can I be being carried if I'm also carrying him? How can I be targeted if I've also said I'm been carrying him? So how is it that you're going to dissect that point, even though I've already said a previous statement that would contradict that dissected statement you're making to be not true? The way in which you're presenting it. It literally it's self-proving you wrong if for some reason you're not registering that that's the case. What contradiction did I ignore earlier? Oh, I heard somebody. Nice aimbot, bro. How much did the aimbot cost? How much did the aimbot cost, mate? How much did the aimbot cost, mate? Not a single fucking thing. Not a single shot missed. A couple of shots doesn't miss. Nobody misses though, do they, Josh? Yeah, but nobody misses. Even I miss targets when they're stood out in the open. People miss their targets. But the people I play against seemingly never seem to miss. It doesn't matter if you start out in the open. I can miss targets that are stood out in the open. I miss targets that are stood out in the open. People miss targets that are stood out in the open. All the time. He's also stood out in the open. He's also stood out in the open, is he not? Is he not equally stood out in the open? The contradiction where you said it doesn't matter if you make a good player or not because they're cheating. I never said that. I've never said that. And if you are claiming that, then you need to preface it with whatever context was leading up to me saying that, if that's what I said. Well, then there must be context that you're missing because it makes no sense for me to say that. Because the argument then would be, what would be the point of even playing if people are cheating? The base would be, what's the point of even playing the game if everybody's cheating? Like, if you can't do nothing against the cheaters, why are you even playing then? What difference does it make? No, they don't make sense because you're dissecting something out of context and then it doesn't make sense when the context has been taken out. You're dissecting up something that I may have said outside of the context that led to me saying the thing, and then by itself it makes no sense because it is missing the context. Then stop saying everyone cheating. There's not a cheater in every match. If 20% of the player base is cheating in a 12-player game, then you'll be having cheaters in your game 91% of the time. And if you're less likely to get a singular cheater than you are multiple cheaters, so you can have multiple cheaters in 91% of your games. How do you know there's not 20%? It's not 5%. 5% is not making cheating a multi-million-dollar business. 10% is probably not going to be making cheating a multi-million-dollar business. How do you know there is? What do you mean, how do you know there is? Because everything would suggest that there is, from the amount of money that cheaters are making, by the amount of traction cheater videos get, the discussions around cheating and how popular people are discussing about cheating, how every forum you go to in a particular game is people complaining about cheating, and then you've literally got just well done claimer, meaning this is just no, these are evidence. This is point of evidence. So you've got literally all the research done into how much money cheaters are making. You've got literal cheaters who have coded cheats in their part-time for Fortnite who claim that they were making like $14,000 like a week or a month. I can't remember which, so I can't be quoted on that. And that's just one bedroom programmer selling cheats online, making that kind of money. Not a super cheap provider that is one of the mass sellers. Just a regular dude in a bedroom who knows how to program was making like 14k a week or a month. I can't remember which. On either way, it's fucking a high amount of money in Fortnite, and that's just a singular bedroom coder. You can go to cheater forums online. You can see the hundreds of thousands of posts being made discussing cheating and how to avoid cheating. You can literally see the amount of people who are downloading cheats on some of these providers, and you can see how much they're cheating, how much these cheats are being downloaded. Things like the Cronus Zen have been sold out on Amazon and stuff like that. So even on consoles, any way to get an advantage is also showing you the mentality that it takes for people to actually cheat is clearly the majority, because everybody's doing it, whether it's a Cronus Zen or a Strike Pad or anything like that. So literally all of the points that you can point to, just the general discussion, people discussing in forums, people on YouTube hunting hackers, people complaining about hackers, the entire discourse around hackers will suggest that cheating is a problem where it's not just 5% of the population that are cheating in a video game. These aren't claims, these are the points of evidence. So it can't be 5%, it can't be 10%, because if there's too much of it in the discourse, it's too much of a problem that people are talking about it for it to be a singular percentage. It's going to be something more substantial for it to be a thing that's in the consciousness of people. If it was literally just fractions of a percentage of people cheating, people wouldn't even be talking about cheating. People wouldn't even be talking about it. That is the proof, Josh. The fact that people talk about cheating so much is the proof that cheating is really bad. The rest people wouldn't be talking about it. Your words mean nothing. That is the proof, Josh. It's not just the words. It's literally the proof is in the pudding. You're being told what the proof is. The research that shows that cheats are a hugely profitable business. Okay, and the proof that cheating isn't as bad as you say is how few people are talking about cheating. It's not a few people that are talking about cheating. There's loads of people that are talking about cheating. But even in itself, that's not counter evidence. Why would you think that's counter evidence, Barney? Why would you even think that that's sufficient evidence to say, or even if it was just a few people talking about cheating, what makes you think that that's evidence of anything? But I am showing, I'm leading you to the evidence that exists. So if I go into the forum right now, if I just go to like, if I go to Hunt Showdown community, let's go discussions. Oceana, cheaters are out of control. There you go. Blah, blah. How often do you believe you're encountering a cheater? It's regrettable watching the game decline. Anyone else? Blah blah. Are there bots? No new option. Blah blah blah. Literally on the first page, you got two pages on cheaters already. Right. And you can more or less go to almost any fucking forum and usually find the same kind of thing every time. Obviously, Marathon has a lot of people just literally going on and on about the actual stats, so literally that's just dominated by just trolls anyway. But there are occasionally threads in there about fucking cheaters. How do you know that people always cry cheater when they just suck? How do you know that that's true? How do you know that's not just a claim put out by cheaters in order to disregard people's claims of cheating? Because 4 or 5 years ago, I was getting beaten in video games and I was not claiming cheaters. I wasn't calling cheaters. I've been gaming for a long time. I used to play Quake, Unreal Tournament, getting my arse beat. I wasn't calling people cheaters. I grew up in gaming, getting beaten, learning to get better, and not calling people cheaters. And then all of a sudden, that changed. But I didn't. Otherwise, I would have had video. I would have had my channel have existed 10 years ago, wouldn't it? Like, um, can't skip a page. Oh look, are the internet trolls on my internet stopping me from being able to just skip a page? How do you just go to that last page? Can we filter? Maybe go to my channel dashboard. And I'm not oldest. There we go. Oldest videos 14 years ago. Here we go. So my oldest videos are 14 years ago, playing fucking Street Fighter 4 here. Well, I'm not complaining about people cheaters. I have this channel for 14 years. I could have uploaded videos. Yeah, I'm not complaining about cheaters 14 years ago.
And I will.
It's getting beaten up, bro. Video channel has no effect on how long you've been falsely accusing people of cheating. Well, it proves that I started accusing people for a reason, suddenly, for a reason. I wasn't doing it 14 years ago. So 14 years ago. Honestly, I think I had videos older than this. Because I think I deleted a whole bunch of them. I think it's even older than this. I don't know why I've kept these videos and deleted others. I had loads of Street Fighter 4 videos. Okay, my Street Fighter 4 play is fucking garbage, bro. Dude, I was so bad at the game. I'm so bad at the game, bro. I'm watching this back, I'm thinking, dude, I would not play like this these days. This is some fucking bad play for me, bro. Some fucking bad play for me here, bro. I don't know why I've got these videos on there. But yeah, like even fucking old League of Legends going back fucking how old? Fucking how old is this? Remember when the winter map used to look like this? Remember when the map used to look like this? Fucking old. Fuck no, some old shit here, bro. I think this is recorded from a replay before it even had replays. So I had no problem, like, you know, making videos and uploading videos, but for some reason I wasn't complaining about cheaters in video games until all of a sudden, even when I was like rank 33 doing fucking Metal Gear Solid 5 FOB invasions. Have a look, was it? I'm Batman.
Infiltration successful.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
There we go. There's my, when I used to be called Tarman from Return of the Living Dead here. And, what was it? So here it says my rank's 42. I think it got higher than that. I think I was in the 30s. This is the last video that I made. But that's literally that 42 out of everyone playing the game, bro. It's like at least there was a million copies sold of Metal Gear Solid 5 on PC, and I'm like rank 42 in Metal Gear Solid 5 FOBs. I wasn't complaining about cheaters then, even though there were fucking cheaters in the game. I wasn't even complaining about it. There were clear cheaters in Metal Gear Solid 5. And I wasn't even complaining about cheaters in the game. And there were cheaters. Dudes literally teleporting for your whole base, putting your whole base to sleep, and fucking just going to the end zone and stealing all your resources. They literally were full of cheaters in Metal Gear Solid 5. Full of cheaters. Literally, I should have been in the top 10. I should have been at easily the top 20, top 15. Like, the dude who was number 1 in the game told me I should have been at least top 15 in the game with my skills of the game. The dude who was number 1 in the game said I should have been at least 15 in that game. But literally, almost everyone that was above me was cheating in the game. Was cheating. No, it's because cheating at that point, there was no anti-cheat in the game, so it was kind of just expected that Konami just wasn't doing anything about the cheaters, and cheaters were running rampant because there was no anti-cheat, and it was like peer-to-peer or some shit like that. It might have been server-based, but I don't know how it was really working, but there's no anti-cheat. Konami wasn't doing anything to stop the cheaters, so the cheaters were basically being able to run free, and there's nothing you could do about it. And that's just how it was, right? But in other games where I was winning games perfectly fine, not having a problem, losing games, never suspecting that it was cheaters, then all of a sudden, around 2022, 2021 or something, all of a sudden, just keep losing games a lot of the time, literally overnight, and I'm dying where I'm just being shot where I'm not, and suspicious circumstances. Then I started to realize, hey, cheating's getting really bad. Cheating's getting really bad. And then I started making the channel. You know what I'm saying? According to you, there's nothing you can do about the cheating RN right now because you said the devs are in on it and the majority are cheating. Yeah, I've come to the conclusion now that the devs seem to be in on it because there's no profit in getting rid of the cheater problems because they're paying customers as well. And it costs money to develop anti-cheat. It costs money to hire a team to deal with cheaters. And it just makes more sense financially to just pretend cheaters don't exist, claim that you're doing things, put out performative numbers about the accounts that you've banned and all this fucking bullshit, and not actually do anything and just keep people ignorant to how bad the cheating actually is so that you can make money both off the legitimate players and of the cheaters. It's literally the beach in the film Jaws. Like the devs are like the councilman, the mayor of the fucking town. It's like, no, it's a boating accident. There's no sharks here. It's the 4th of July. Let's get everyone celebrating. There's no sharks. There's no sharks anymore. Get that money in. Get the money in, bros. Like that's what the devs are like. They're like the dude in fucking Jaws. Like they only care about the money and that is going to bring into the town, into the game. They don't care if there's rogue sharks rolling around eating people. They don't care. Shit weapon. Take one of these shit pistols out, maybe. I've got another bully SMG. Yeah, I'll take that. I wish I didn't get rid of that fucking of those other fucking backpacks, but I didn't have enough room for them, so that's how it goes, I guess. Going with this fucking dog shit. To be honest, I'm partially tempted to actually just fucking bin this off. Actually, I'm just gonna go for a free loadout. Free loadout, solo runs, free loadouts, solos, shells changed, go
The
assassin,
unseen see
vault
everything.
armory. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Die march. Let's go. Solo only. Let's go. Also, devs don't maintain their own anti-cheat with very few exceptions. Riot and Epic are the only two that I know of that run their own anti-cheat, and everyone else is from another company. Valve also have their own anti-cheat as well. Riot, Valve, and Epic are the only three. Everyone else is from another company, but it doesn't change the fact that they don't do anything. The anti-cheats, they don't do anything. I mean, Valve literally included wall hacks into the game that the cheaters ended up using natively within the fucking game. They just ended up exploiting the game code that included wall hacks into the game. And you just got to wonder, like, are they just helping cheaters at this point? So the devs of the game can't be in on the cheating if they're not the ones in control of the anti-cheat. But what if the anti-cheats were never designed to catch cheaters and only just to have a basic level of protection for like a few like critical systems and security reasons or whatever, right? But to actually stop cheating, only the most obvious cheaters get stopped. Any subtly cheating people, anybody with private cheats, they're never going to get detected, and these anti-cheats aren't going to do anything against them. It's not a baseless claim, it's a perfectly reasonable claim. It's not a baseless claim, it's a perfectly reasonable claim based on the logical facts of cheating. Subtle cheaters and private cheats are much harder to detect and ban. Doesn't matter how good the anti-cheat is, they're probably the most difficult people to catch. People with easily known cheats that they can just download that are easily known, or people being really obvious with their cheats, will usually be easily caught by these anti-cheats. Or people with a little bit of brains will usually find it pretty hard to be banned. And that's not baseless, that's completely reasonable. But anyway, since nobody's going to answer the question that I said earlier, the reason why MMR can't be used as a metric to determine people's skill is that people get into higher MMR using game tactics and gameplay that are about anti-skill and devoid of skill, and about exploiting either really effective strategies or really lame strategies to get results, such as what is a problem in the higher ranked lobbies in Hunt Showdown is people just trapping and camping all the scout towers every single game. Every single game, if you're not spawned on a scout tower, you go to a scout tower and you'll have one dude in a scout tower with their mate somewhere further along so that they can literally just kill the unsuspecting team that goes to the scout tower. And those people are artificially inflating their MMR by doing that because it's not based on skill. It's based on laying a trap for somebody, and that's all that it's about. Higher MMR becomes about either you're cheating, laying traps and being exploitative, or you're playing like a sniper, laying back and never being in a position to be having to match your skills on a one-to-one basis. So your MMR can't be used as a criterion to determine what actual skill is, because the people who are getting into these higher ranks are using the most lame, boring strategies to inflate their MMR so that they can pretend they're really good at the game. I play in high skilled lobbies every day, and people do that maybe one game out of all 10 plus. I literally played with my cousin the other day in his 5-star lobbies. So with me in it, it's like a 4-star lobby, and every single scout tower we went to had dudes either trapping it or sweating it out. And they always had one dude who was further away. They had one dude inside the scout tower waiting to kill somebody, and then somebody further away in a bush, so that when my mate would get killed in the scout tower, my 5-star mate who's better than me gets immediately killed in the scout tower going into the scout tower. I go in to help him to push up the stairs, and I'm immediately fired upon by a dude sitting in the bush outside of the scout tower, so that we're caught on both sides and can't do anything about it. And that's what happened repeatedly through the entire night.
Stealth engaged.
Cheater. Nice cheats, bro. How much did you pay for your cheats, bro? How much did you share? How much did you pay for your cheats? How much were your cheats, bro? How much were your cheats? Yeah. Nice cheats, bro. Nice cheats, bro. Nice cheats, bro. Nice cheats, cheats. Another bullshit claim. I'm literally standing still inside of a building, not doing anything, even moving. The dude opens the door to try and bait me to go around the corner when he shouldn't even know that I'm there. The dude was clearly cheating. Holy shit, boy. It couldn't be more obvious that the guy's cheating, bro. It's not called game sense because game sense is based off of information that you receive in game. You can't just clairvoyantly know that there's somebody there without information to know that there's somebody there. If you've got information that there's a dude there when there's no information for you to know that the person's there, that's called wall hacks, bro. Like, what the fuck is this? He sees you around that building, tags you, and then goes, how do you know that that happened? You're making excuses. Like, literally, the start of the game. I'm running in on this angle. I'm running in on this angle into this side. There's no way that this dude's on a side to me or behind me going into this building now. So he's not pinged me anyway. He doesn't have the angle. The dude's literally coming from the direction that I'm facing right now. That's the direction the guy's coming from. The guy had no angle to ping me or to know that I was there. He's too far away to hear any smashing of the glass. I'm not making enough noise here for him to hear me. I'm not moving, I'm not doing anything. And then literally, he's running into my location now. Why is he running this way? Well, he's got no reason to even run here. He's got no reason to even come to this location. Haha, I literally saw it all. I have eyes. I know I'm a girl and I should know anything about game sense or how to play video games, but I know how game sense works. So how come you don't have an argument except just to reiterate that you're right when you can't support why you are right? No, but he knows you are there since everything else that happened before this. What happened is the start of the game. Nothing happened. He's literally running his way over to this location, which is on spawn and has no real reason to run this way. You got shot. He heard you. No, I didn't get shot. Nothing got shot. What you're talking about is the start of the game. I'm running in. He's talking about when he killed you. We're not talking about the guy that killed me. We're talking about the dude who opened the door that I was fighting who was clearly cheating. I'm not talking about the dude that killed me. I'm not talking about him. Yeah, because he's probably cheating as well. Yeah, but that also goes for you though, Velvetai. Velvetai, that also goes for you. You also don't have his POV. You also don't, but you seem to be okay that you can make claims based off the lack of information that you don't have. But I'm not allowed to do the same. Even though running into cheaters is more common than running not into a cheater. It's not called game sense. Average players don't have game sense, and it doesn't have MMR in this game. So if there's no MMR in this game, then that would mean you're going against people that would have really bad game sense on average. No, they don't. If they had good gamer sense, they wouldn't be average, would they? Well, average players don't have good accuracy and good aim either, but they still play games. They're the average player. Explain to me how the majority, because the majority, that doesn't even make... Please explain to me how the minority becomes the majority. What do you mean the minority becomes the majority? How is it more common to run into cheaters than it is legit players when 20% are cheating? Because I can't run into every single player that's in the game, and the people who are cheating have wall hacks, so the likelihood of me running into a person that's cheating is more likely than somebody who isn't cheating, because they would naturally not run into as many people, whereas people who are cheating will be running towards players and immediately going into PvP confrontation and then eliminating legitimate players. So it'd be likely that you'd be killing or getting killed by cheaters more often than not, even at 20%. But then why would have to be going after you over and everyone else for this to be true? Well, you're not seeing everyone else in the game that gets killed by the same cheaters, though, are you? You're only seeing me get killed because you can only see it from my point of view and my gameplay. You can't see the other legitimate players in the game also getting killed by same said cheaters. You only see me get killed by them. Well, no, there's plenty of games where I don't get killed right at the start of the game. Do you see all the other players getting killed by the same cheaters? No. Do you know, that doesn't even make any sense. I can't see their point of view. I can't see the other legitimate players and how their games are going. Do you think even if I was an average gamer, I should be winning my trades 50% of the time if I was an average gamer? Even if I was a below average gamer and I was only winning, and I could only win 30% of my games, I'd still be winning 30% of my games. But I'm winning, like, none of my trades with any of these players. Ever. How does it make sense that I can never win any of my trades? How does it make sense that everybody that reacts to me goes bang bang and kills me? How does it make sense? But even if I was below average, I'd still be winning 30-40% of my games. Or 30-40% of my trades. Even at all of my reaction speeds would show me that I was above average. No, because even a person that was bad would still win more games than I would. And if no one was cheating, a bad player would still win more games than I do. But I don't know. Literally every single game that I've played so far today, I've been immediately annihilated by a player, and I didn't stand a chance. How could anyone be that bad? Alright, okay. But I've literally got gameplay after gameplay showing you amazing kills in Hunt Showdown and other games. Amazing kills. So if I was bad, you can't accidentally be good consistently enough to get clips of being good at games. You wouldn't be able to do it. No, amazing kills. Amazing kills. A few clips doesn't make you a good. I used to do video highlights all the time. I stopped doing them because I thought it ran the course of me proving how good I am at games. But I do get consistently good clips. What are you talking about? Of course I do. Saying I don't doesn't mean anything when I literally do. In every single stream, I could clip out a whole bunch of stuff that was amazing shots in every stream. Pretty much. Maybe there's one exception where it's really, really bad. But for the most part, you'd always be able to get some pretty sick shots or some sick plays in every stream that I stream. Unless of course it's marathon, apparently. Show them then. Well, I don't have them all fucking backed up, do I? I'd have to go through fucking streams, innit? Go through hours and hours of streams to find fucking clips. Like, you're literally asking something that's insanely difficult for me to be able to do at a whim. Like, PvP is not guaranteed. 12 players and play with trios, as you can also play against trios as well. So basically, there's duo. Technically, they 2 meat hands. Fucking hell. It's sort the colours out on this fucking stream because it doesn't look like this is not what the game looks like on my fucking screen. I don't know why it looks like this. It doesn't even look like this in the monitor. Doesn't even look like this in the monitor screen when I'm actually playing the game. Never heard him step off down there. To get eaten. That way you can. Right, like reposition silently. With like another cheater or another group to allow them to get the bounty and leave. Because this dude's basically just gone. He's just speed hacked his way around with no footsteps. Might not be bothered to keep having to make accounts, but the full narcissist bullies. Right, bro. I can link some here if you need them. Right, bro. I saw the point on the left was. Is that not an amazing reaction shot right there? Is that not an amazing shot right there? Is that not an amazing shot? Is that not like an above average shot right there? You're telling me that's not a good shot? You're telling me that like a bad player would make a shot like that? And then reactions on the next dude is do you think a bad player gonna make them kinds of reactions? And that's just from one stream. And not even a particularly good stream either. I like how Joe is saying that he gets one good clip in a stream and that's proof he's a good gamer. He also says that a few clips of stream of him making bad play isn't proof of him being a bad player. Yeah, because a bad player can't do good things consistently, but good players can make bad decisions or bad plays. Yeah, that's why. It doesn't work both ways. It's not a one way, it's not a revolving door. Like, good players can make mistakes and make bad plays, but bad players can't consistently do good things. That's why you're bad. Like, literally. Yeah, but I do good things consistently. That's why every single stream, you can see me doing crazy reactions and crazy shots. Yeah, it is. I'll get to your clip in a second, Velvet Tire. After this game, I'll check your links in it, man. One sec. No. Pressing Alt because I think I'm using Dark Side here. I need to go to Bio Research, I think. I need the Bio Printers. You might be able to find Bio Printers other places, but I'm assuming Bio Research is probably the best place to look for Bio Printers. Storage containers, probably some kind of a warehouse. No, because it can't be high MMR because MMR doesn't determine skill. Because people who are in higher MMR is going to be dominated by people who are cheating and people who are using the most lamest anti-skill strategy in order to inflate their MMR so that they can pretend that they're good at the game. That's what it is. It's not honest people of integrity playing for actual skill. For the most part, the vast majority of people that are in higher MMR are people being lame and boring and people who are cheating. That's the people that you find in higher MMRs. Do you mean so the higher rank is dominated by cheaters, right? Yeah, well, cheaters are dominating all the ranks, isn't it? Like, every rank will be full of cheaters. That's what cheaters do. They dominate everything. They're like the plague. They infect every rank at every level. So the majority of players in your MMR can't be cheaters because you're in the higher MMR numbers. It'll always be 20%, won't it? If 20% of the player base of a game is cheating, then it'll be around about 20% in all of the ranks. You got to remember, people cheat for different reasons. Like, some people cheat because they want to be the best, and they want to brag around that they're amazing, and then others, they want to make sure that they're just bullying the legitimate players. So you got two types of cheaters, isn't it? You got two different types of people that are cheating.
Camo filter engaged.
Whose footsteps that I can't hear? Where is the guy? Everyone's got the fucking gamer sense, haven't they? Everyone knows where everybody is, except for me. Yeah. Yeah, no, where'd you get your cheats from, bro? Where'd you get your cheats from, bro? Wait, where you getting your noise, your footstep cheats and your wall hacks from? Wait, where you getting your cheats from, bro? Wasn't it a vandal? Have I got two people teaming on me here?
Ammo crate down.
Yeah, but the 20% will be then divided into subgroups of associated players, where there be about 20% within each of those subdivisions, right? Roughly, or supposedly. It depends how many people stay to play in 6-star to pretend to be good, and how many people just want to bully on the lower ranks, doesn't it? Yeah, nice cheats, bro. Nice cheats, bro. You know you're bad at the game, bro.
How do you think I'm cheating, though?
How did you know where I was then? How do you know where I was?
I fucking hurt you in the other building.
Why are you pre-firing round corners? Why are you pre-firing? Why are you pre-firing corners? Why are you pre-firing corners then, bro? Why are you pre-firing corners? See how he won't answer? When you give the actual response that he can't answer, he won't actually answer it. But he knows he is cheating. That's why. How do you know I'm cheating though? How do you know? He said he heard you. How did he hear me? How did he hear me? How did he hear me? I'm literally invisible. I'm literally making the least amount of noise. I'm making the least amount of noise possible because I'm literally tracking another player that I can hear. Do you know what I'm saying? There's another player there. There's a thief throwing his fucking thing. He's a vandal. He doesn't have a drone. So I'm tracking a player who somehow knows I'm there, even though I'm tracking them, moving silently and with stealth on around the building, making the least amount of noise possible. And yet the vandal who's shooting me from outside, who sees me from somewhere else then makes a claim that he heard me. So there's a completely bullshit excuse that he's making, isn't it? Yes, the invisibility. Well, no, but he's too far away to hear anything. He's too far away. If the dude who I'm tracking would be unable to hear me or find it hard to hear me, the other dude who's super far away isn't going to hear me, is he? So here we are, the start of the engagement. I know there's a dude there because I've heard him. I'm crouch walking, I'm stealthing, making no footsteps, making zero noise. This other player shouldn't even be aware that I'm there unless he could hear this door and could be aware that I'm there after opening the door. That's all that they've heard. Yeah, but he's too far away. He's not even there yet. He's not even a part of the equation yet. The person that I'm following is the thief with the drone, not the vandal. So he's lying, isn't he? So he's a liar, isn't he? So he's a liar, isn't it? So he's a cheater who is lying. So we've confirmed that the guy is a liar. Yeah, but he didn't say he saw me, did he? He said he heard me. So he can't even come up with his own excuses of why he's not cheating. So he's literally automatically making up an excuse that isn't true to excuse the fact that he is cheating. Because he saw me. He never heard me, did he? He saw me. So he knew I was there. But why would he be sitting out there waiting like he is? I don't even know that this guy exists. No, I says, how did you know where I was? And he goes, I heard you. But he didn't. He saw me. He knew I was there. How is this dude moving silently in, bearing in mind, the only person who's making noise that I know of is the person who's on the roof or somewhere in relation to the roof with the drone, the thief class, that I'm trying to move as silently around as possible and not make as much noise, the least amount of noise possible. The only noise that I'm making is the doors opening, maybe some traversal noises on the ladder, all of which would be heard by the thief, not by the vandal. So how does the vandal know what's going on to come there, wait outside for someone to be seen and then be taking shots at people when they shouldn't even know anybody's even there? So how did they know that I'm there? And of course he saw me, but why would they be there to wait to see me? And then when asked, well, how do you know that I'm there? Why is his excuse to be because I heard you? Because he doesn't know the reason, even though he's seen me. So he knows he's cheating, but doesn't even remember the circumstances of the fight. Guy's a cheater, bro. Literally turned in on me then. The only reason why that he didn't shoot is because he probably accidentally went over the thingamajig. And then immediately runs off. See, the drone, that's the thief, that's somebody else, who apparently isn't bothered about the vandal, is only seemingly using his drone to fuck with me and not the other dude. Shields are broken. Look at that, see the pre-fire on this shit, bro.
I think I'm cheating though. Me? Why do you think I'm cheating? I fucking heard you in the other building, man. Like, use your fucking brain.
But he didn't know. He saw me, didn't he? He didn't hear me. He saw me. So he's just literally making excuses up. Yeah. What's his name? Heinerville. Oh, the dude with the cat avatar. Guys, it's just the cat. The cats is just. It's just. It's not because people just love cats. People just love cats. He is Dutch. What else is there to say? Friendly Rust player. So he plays Rust. Love hearts. Best Rust player. Very friendly. Love heart cheater code. For a dude with fucking a Muppet with a game ban on record. So he's saying he's a Muppet. He's got a game ban on record. And he's there saying he's one of the best Rust players and very friendly, love heart cheater code. So I'm literally clicking on him because he's saying what an amazing player he is, which is what cheaters are all going to do. They're all going to tell each other they're amazing at the game. They're all going to pat each other on the back and say, you're amazing. He's one of the best players I've ever known. He's so great at the game. And then he's put the love hearts. With the love heart, which is what I claim to be cheater code. And so I click on the dude just to see if the guy's got anything suspicious on his account, since that he's got two things here that suggest to me that he's a cheater. The fact that he's calling the dude a good player, and the fact that he's got a love heart in his name. And you click on him, and he has a game ban on record. And he also has access to Deadlock, which at this point is just a confirmation that he's a cheater, because Valve only seem to give codes to this game to people who are cheaters. And there you go, cat avatar, cat border. There you go. On a dude. How do you know I'm cheating, dude? I'm literally making up excuses to defend my things, even though that's not what actually happened. What time are we on? I feel like I've wasted most of the stream. I still got a bit of time. Did most of the stream. Are they all these different ones? Are these all different ones? They all look different links. Oh, we got a cat avatar. Oh, you use a cat avatar. Oh, obviously you're a Shia. I don't need to see any of your clips. I already know you're a Shia. You got if you've got a cat and you think you're a cat VTuber, you're 100% cheating. 100% cheating. They need to see the gameplay. Already know you're a cheating.
What?
I headshot her with the up though.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's literally a cat. You're still using like a cat avatar or some way to identification with a cat. That's what the cheaters do. Yeah. Obviously
Killed her.
cheating with an mat. Push cheating. Yeah. You're 100% cheater, bro. Like this is cheating. Well, just one tap like that with the mat. Like 100% cheating. I say we ban her from the Discord for being a filthy auto user. Cheating. 100% cheating. Of course cheating. Like obviously it's cheating. Like obviously it's cheating.
I killed her.
Like what? Literally, if any human being could make a shot like that with hardly any visibility, with that amount of reactions, with an mat, it would literally be like the top 1% of all human beings could do that. Could do that shot. What's the evidence? You're seeing it. Like, there's no way like a human being would be able to make these kinds of shots with an mat that has crazy recoil and just go bang headshot like that. Sure.
What?
I
Yeah.
headshot her with the up though.
Yeah, it would be literally the top less than 1% of people could pull a shot off like that. The context doesn't matter. Like, the literally context. If there's one instance where context doesn't matter, it's literally this, because all you need to know is the shot. Context is irrelevant. Doesn't matter. You've literally got hard to see to react to anything there. Reaction is almost instant as soon as something appears. The Automat has a shitload of recoil, and you literally bang, bang, bang. You do a weird cutaway immediately from the shot as soon as the headshot happens, which is weird in and of itself. As soon as the shot happens, you're literally looking away before the shot even goes off. The context doesn't matter because the context is irrelevant. It's not because the context doesn't matter, it's because the context is irrelevant. It's not two-faced. Sometimes, like, the context of the fight is irrelevant to the fact that the clip is blatantly cheating. The context is irrelevant. No, the context isn't relevant. Then why is it relevant? Why is context relevant to a clip clearly showing cheater-like behavior that is isolated within the clip itself? Like, if you got a clip of a dude who clearly had wall hacks and was wall hacking somebody through a wall, and you knew it was wall hacks, and you clipped it out, but you don't know the context leading up to the fight, what relevance does it have to make when you can see that it's fucking wall hacks? Yeah, everything does. The reactions, the visibility, the fact that the Automat has super crazy recoil, and the weird spinning away immediately as soon as the shot was fired, as if they knew the shot was going to fire no matter how they turned. So you got 4 things there just on the behavior alone, and you've got cat avatar as well. So you got 5 things there, and a girl and female. So that's 6 things right there.
I killed her.
There's pretty much nobody would ever make a shot like that with an Automat.
Hadi kolay. Nice kill. Hadi kolay. Nice kill.
Literally on reaction.
Holy shit.
Sure. Sure, bros. Sure. Yeah, it is evidence of cheating, yeah. I mean, I'm saying it jokingly, but it is partially true.
I killed him. I killed him.
You got
Yeah,
one.
sure.
Oh.
Toggle on, toggle off. Toggle on, toggle off. Literally shooting into nothing. Fucking, yeah, sure, bro.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
Preston.
I killed him. I killed him.
You got one.
To be honest, you don't really need to toggle on, toggle off with Hunt Showdown. At that range, you can just keep it toggled on. You just keep firing the shots and hope they stand still long enough for the bullet time to actually hit them in the head. She says that you better you. No, it doesn't. She's just clearly, obviously cheating. If anybody that is just reasonable can tell that they're just cheating.
I'm fucking going guns blazing.
Is that me? Fuck! How did I miss that?
I'm fucking going guns blazing.
Is that me? Is that me? Fuck! How did I miss that?
Not very fast reactions
Kill
there.
one.
It's pretty slow there.
Wait, I think I will block the bird boy.
Oh, me.
Kill one. Wait, I think I will block the bird boy, okay?
Literally not even worth clicking it. I mean, what? Like, I make better shots than that. It's weird. It's weird how in close range situations like that, I literally have whole shitloads of clips way better than anything that is shown right here. Yet somehow makes ridiculous shots that I could never make with an Automat. This weird contradiction of how, like, in close range situations like that, like, I'd have reacted way faster to those shots than that. No. No, it's the contradiction is the point. It's not the fact that you could just produce more longer range clips. It's the contradiction of you clearly not being as good in a close range situation, but your long range seems to be incredible. I don't think you understand the point that I'm making. Is that the same clip?
Satchel here.
It's just fucking satchel charge. Fuck.
Okay, someone died though.
We can go back and
so-
loot some bodies.
Oh, nice kill. Right on the window too.
Oh, a tower card. How useless.
He's underneath, I think.
Under.
Nope, here.
Oh. Okay.
Where are those reaction skills
Not
like before? Where are those reaction skills here? Seems inconsistent.
Fucking going guns blazing.
Is that me? Fuck! How did I miss that?
Look how slow to react to that is. Yeah, you was on it a second ago. Yeah, making a claim of half the time, I don't think you understand the point you're trying to make rather than just pointing out where the point doesn't make any sense would be what you should do. You're not always at your peak. Right, sure. Sure. Usually when I'm not at my peak, I usually just lose the trade, innit? The cat avatar proves that they're a cheater anyway. The cats are always the proof in the pudding. It does. Not having any luck getting to any of these bioprinters or anything. It's just a cat, so if I have a sexy dinosaur, it means I'm not cheating. If you had a dinosaur, I'd say he was a cheater as well. You're calling me out or what? You calling me out or what? So if I have a naked man, also a cheater. As far as I'm aware, a naked man is not an identifier of being a cheater. It's not a cheater code as far as I'm aware. Dinosaurs and cats are. In fact, there is a trait that is basically the same for the cat and the dinosaur. Yeah, Joe looks at a lot of naked men to make sure they're not cheaters. Sure, that's what it is. Wait, when did dinosaurs become cheater code? Dinosaurs have always been cheater code, bro. It's just a less common cheater code, but it's still a cheater code. It's just less common than the cat one. The cat one's the subliminal. That goes under the radar. The dinosaur's just uncommon. Okay, for now, I'm gonna use a hairy and gross-looking man in my PNG avatar. Okay. Not once have I seen anything regarding dinosaurs while watching your stream. I have mentioned dinosaurs before. I have. It's just, again, you don't see the dinosaurs that often, so I don't really call attention to it. You've mentioned it, but I've never seen any profiles you've looked at that had anything to do with dinosaurs. I literally have. I've literally seen they had a dinosaur, literally said reptilian, and then you've literally spoken immediately afterwards after saying that. So you have been here when I've seen a profile with dinosaurs on it. I said reptilian, and then you started speaking. So like you know you have seen it. Just have Joe as your avatar calls you a cheater. He's calling himself one as well. Why is that? Just have Joe as your avatar. If he calls you a cheater, then he's calling himself one.
Reminder,
Yeah, right. Well, it's not a cheater code. And has no relevance.
Disrupt at your discretion.
It is now. It's not. Maybe I can get cargo containers in here or something. Maybe, I don't know. do need this unstable gun now. We're cheaters, we're adding it to the code. I just talked to the cheater company, we're updating the code channel in the Discord. Right, well, if I start seeing people killing me, having my avatar, then yeah, it would become cheater code, wouldn't it? It would be the pattern, wouldn't it?
Hey yo man, can I just do a quest? Because I'm now not free loadouts. I can help you with those bugs. Oh shit, I almost died.
I've been cheated on by women, but not by men. Does that mean women are immoral compared to men? Probably.
I'm here. I'm just probably helpful with bugs, but I don't need them action myself.
But I've never dated a man. Right, okay.
I'm trying to hate me. Those quests that you know where it is. Oh, I found it.
I want to kill the guy. I just want to get as far away from this guy as possible. I just want to kill him. It's not fucking Ark Raiders. Go play fucking Ark Raiders. Fucking don't say this to fucking Ark Raiders. Wait, Joe, if a person swallows another person's seed, it's still considered wasted, yeah. It would be, yeah. What is that fucking thing, though? I blame the fucking free-to-play fucking Ark Raiders player that I should have just killed. I just killed him and gone about my business and not moved around in a way I didn't want to move around the map. It forced me to move around in a way I didn't want to move around. What do you mean 2 feet up? Am I in the wrong fucking... Blame anyone but you, yes. Well, if I'm doing something because of somebody else that I wouldn't have done ordinarily, then yes, I'm going to blame that other person. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I made a bad play. I should have killed the dude. But unfortunately, because of people wanting to a Care Bear lobby and me being a nice guy, I put myself in a disadvantageous position. Yeah, which I'm going to blame on the other person, who shouldn't be begging people not to kill him. He should just be playing the PvP game. No, it's their fault for not playing the game correctly, and me being a nice guy. No, you can't play the game however once. It's a PvP game. Because I wouldn't have been there if I'd have just killed the dude. The dude's taking advantage of my nice behavior, of me being a kind guy. He's taking advantage of that. I want to play a PvP game. I want to play PvP. I want to go in. I want to kill you. I don't want to be like, oh, I don't want to die. Don't kill me. And then making me feel bad. Having to kill them is going to push me out of my comfort zone. I want to get away from that player. I don't want to be anywhere near them. And I put myself in a disadvantageous position because of somebody else not doing the correct thing, which is playing the game as it should be played, which is as a PvP game. Not as a, can I get my fucking quest completed, please? Game, no. No. It's not both. It's a PvPvE. Nowhere in that sentence is there a C for co-op. Is it a PvPvEVC? No. It's player versus the environment. Not player versus environment plus co-op. No, it's not in there in the title. No, it's both PV. Yeah. Player PVE is the player versus the environment, and then there's PvP where the players fight each other. But nowhere does it say that the players co-op with each other. Yeah, but then I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy then because I want to play PvP. No, he should know it's a PvP game. Knows what it says on the tin. Don't jump into a shark tank and then complain there's sharks there. Please. Don't jump into a shark tank and then complain there's sharks there. Okay? PvPvE, yes. Player versus environment. It's not player versus environment plus co-op plus optional co-op. It doesn't say that. There's no plus OP in that thing. It's player versus environment. That's it. There's nowhere it says players team up with each other. No, it's players versus the environment and players versus each other. That's what it says. It says players versus each other and players versus the environment. No, it's not. It doesn't say co-op anywhere. No, it doesn't say co-op anywhere in the description.
Reminder.
But I don't want to be nice to other people in a PvP game. I want to play PvP. If you want to play fucking be nice to each other simulator, go play fucking Animal Crossing. Go play WoW. Go play Guild Wars. Go play a co-op game. If you want to play a PvP game, play PvP. Don't come into a PvP game and be like, oh no, can I get my objective please? I've only got a free loadout. I don't give a fuck what loadout you got, bro. I'll kill you unarmed. I'll kill you without a fucking weapon. I'll kill you with a knife. I don't care if you got weapons. I want a PvP. I don't care about the quality of your loot, bro. Why aren't you killing them with a knife then? Because I'm a nice guy and I don't want to feel guilty for ruining somebody else's game. But they're ruining my game by doing it. That's what they don't realise. They're ruining my game. I'm a nice guy. Like, I don't want to ruin anyone's fun. I don't want to ruin other people's games. But they're ruining my game. They're ruining me. To begin with. Like, they're taking advantage of my kind nature. When I should just be ruthless and gun them down. They're taking advantage. They're the ones out of position. They're the ones doing the wrong thing. And now I've got to be a certain way to allow for them to do the wrong thing. They're taking advantage of me. It's not co-op. It's not co-op. It's not co-op. It's a PvP game. Yeah, it's a PvP game. If you're not on the same team with each other at the start of the game, everyone else is your enemy and there is no co-op between teams. If you're not in a designated team, then everyone is your enemy. What's funniest about it is a PvP game. We're not here to play. Is he a friendly or not? Don't shoot me, man. Don't shoot me, guys. Please, I just want to get just me and my wee little free loadout. Don't kill me. I just want to get my quest completed. Please don't kill me. I'm just poor little me trying to get my quest done. Oh, please let me get my quest done. Please. Oh, I just want my quest completed. No. It's a PvP game. Stop being a bitch. How's your birthright, Joe? People still stealing it? Yeah, every single day people stealing my birthright, bro. Every single day, bro. All these reptilian demons stealing the world from me, bro, every single day. So your early claim that Marathon isn't a co-op was false. No, it's not. When you're in the game and you're playing against other people that are designated enemies, it's not a fucking co-op game. It's player versus player. Yes, you can have teams where you're together on the same team, but that's not where the PvP part is, isn't it? It's the other players that you're playing against. Playing against. Not the people that you're playing with. Bioprinter, bio research, please. I need to get something of this quest done. I've got nothing on it done so far. Oh, I don't want that. You say Marathon isn't a co-op game. Yeah, well, we all know what we mean when we say it's not a co-op game. As in, it's a PvP game. Primarily, it is a PvP-based game. There is no dynamic-based co-op in the game. There is team-based gameplay and co-op in that regard. But once you're in your designated teams, it's not a cooperative game from that point on. We all know that's what I mean. You're all playing semantic word games again to just say that I'm wrong. Because you don't have actual arguments. It's CS2 co-op, no, it's PvP game, bro. It's PvP game, it's not a co-op game. How does he get me around the corner like that, bro? How did that guy just one tap me like that, bro? Did I get hit by the turret? No, because he got the last hit in. I get one tap by a turret, bro. I'll check that on replay, man. The guy knew I was there before I engaged. That's crazy. The guy knew I was there, bro. No one ever misses their shots, though, bro. No one ever misses their shots.
20 minutes remaining.
Like, literally, he throws out the thing, man. Doesn't miss his shot, even though he's under fire. The turret's literally shooting him. No, the one shot, even though I'm invisible. Even though I'm invisible, I get one tap by a turret, even though I'm invisible. The turret's shooting him, it's not even on me. So even though he's taking all these shots and getting hit and getting clapped, he has no problem still landing a hit on me, even when he's getting completely ripped to pieces. He has no problem still landing a hit on me.
20 minutes remaining.
Again, would be uncanny for a player under pressure to literally peek shots. Literally what the stuff you complain of me doing is wrong to do all the time. This guy can literally be under fire and just peek shot me and literally destroy my entire health pool. It's a PvP game. You guys are just playing semantic word games. We all understand what we mean. Co-op and PvP. We all understand what co-op implies and what PvP implies. Okay? It is semantics. It absolutely is. When you say PvP, you can have a team bait like no one goes Marvel Rivals, that co-op game, Marvel Rivals. No, everyone knows it's a PvP game. Everyone knows it's PvP. No one will go, it's a co-op game. No, co-op is a specific type of genre of gameplay that usually means you're in a designated cooperative with other players, usually against the AI and not against other players. When it's against other players, it's always typically called PvP. Getting shot by a turret that I didn't set off, hit by a turret while I'm invisible. It's fucking bullshit, bro. The guy's only got 23 games on a 2-year-old account with 179 hours on Marathon. Vent Dweller. But Chinese femboy Very, very Bing chilling. Bing chilling. Okay. Booty cheese. Yeah, yeah. Cat avatar, comment. In anime. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we've got random series of numbers. There's a friend here. We've got hyphen in his name. Cockroach profile, because he's a cockroach. Oh, that Naomi net dude who's only got fucking 14 games on a 5-year-old account with underscore on his name on his friends list. Those are the obvious. Oh, we've got Your Nightmare here. Private profile. Rat. Anime profile. Wet Biscuit hyphen Wet Biscuit. Yeah. Those are the most suspicious named players on his account. Well, the dude literally only has 23 games on a 2-year-old account. 179 hours on Marathon. $232 hours in Counter-Strike 2. Looks like a new account. Looks like a relatively new account, bro. Look, it's hardly got any game time in anything. So two-year-old account, but he's only got like a few hundred hours in Marathon. And why is it just going up and down? It's not going anywhere. He's only got like a couple hundred hours in Counter-Strike 2 and Marathon. Yeah, I think that's cheating, bro. Look up co-op on Steam. Why? These aren't arguments that you're making. Everybody knows what co-op and PvP means. Like, if you go to somebody, look, you want to play this sick co-op game, Marvel Rivals, and you sell it to a person as a co-op game, and they play goes, it's not co-op, it's PvP. They'll be doing you in. You know what I'm saying? They know it's PvP. We all know it. You just play, oh, look at the tag. Because people are being pedantic with their tags. Go, well, technically it's co-op. Technically you work together, so it's co-op. But it's not, though, is it? Store. Co-op. So you got Windrose, Pragmata's not co-op. That's it's a single player game, right? See, Counter-Strike has no co-op. Doesn't have co-op. FPS shooter, multiplayer, competitive, action, esports. Dead by Daylight. Horror, multiplayer, survival, online, co-op. It's literally PvP. It's PvP. It's literally PvP, bro. DBD is a PvP game, bro. Like, people are retarded. Rust. Survival, crafting, multiplayer, open world, building. Literally doesn't even have player versus player in it, even though it's a PvP game. So we already know that tags don't mean shit on fucking on Steam here. Battlefield 6. Multiplayer, FPS, action, single player, military shooter. It doesn't even have PvP as a tag here. Doesn't even have PvP as a tag. Team Fortress 2. Free-to-play hero shooter, multiplayer FPS shooter. Again, PvP is not even a tag. Like Steam doesn't even have PvP as a tag. PvP as a tag. Right, so it does have PvP as a tag then. Where is it?
For over 2 decades, Counter-Strike
Or they're
has
just the
offered an
popular
elite
tags.
competitive
So where are the actual tags? Where are all the tags that the game has?
experience, one shaped by
Right, so if I go co-op, it doesn't even have a co-op tag. Oh, co-op, here we go. Hyphen co-op. Co-op. Like, Counter-Strike 2 is not a co-op game, bro. Marvel Rivals is not a co-op game, it's PvP. Rust is not a co-op, it's PvP. These are all PvP games. People are just being stupidly technical. Co-op and PvP are two drastically different concepts of gaming. Like, whoever's tagging these things are wrong. Football Dota 2 is a PvP game. The Finals is a PvP game. Destiny 2 is a PvP game. Invincible is a PvP game. Like, literally is a PvP game. There's no co-op in Invincible Versus. It's a fighting game. There's no co-op in it. There's no co-op in it at all. Most of the games shown are co-op PvP here. No, it's just PvP. Like, co-op and PvP have a distinct meaning. When you're, like, selling a game to somebody, you don't sell a PvP game as a co-op game. Doesn't happen. When you're selling a game, it's not sold as a co-op game. No, but they're against another player, the killer, so it's a PvP game. We know what co-op means, that it means cooperative, but when you're selling a game to a people, co-op game and PvP game are distinctly different to each other. I'm not being stupid, I'm being truthful, honest, and not playing stupid word games. I'm being straight to the point and matter of fact. If you're selling a game to somebody, you don't sell a co-op game as a PvP game, and you don't sell a PvP game as a co-op game. There are distinctly separate things. Diablo is typically a co-op game. Now, there might be a PvP mode section, but it's not the main part of the game. The main part of the game is single-player co-op game against the AI, going through the game co-op in a cooperative experience. Gears of War, co-op game. It might have a PvP component, but the core game, co-op, right? Marathon is a PvP game. Yes, you can play in a team cooperatively with other people, but it's a PvP game. No, it's not a core cooperative game because you're always playing against another player. You just got to come to the realization that the vast majority of people in this world are wrong. That's why the world's a shithole. Do you not understand? Do you not understand that the world is bad and a shithole because the vast majority of people are wrong? That's the reality. Yes, and you're the ones that's usually wrong, but I'm not, because I'm the minority of people that are usually right. You think the moon is a glow in the dark. But you don't know what the moon is, Bonnie. You don't know what the moon is. I'm using observations and common sense to arrive at what I believe to be the case. You don't know what the moon is. I at least use my own observations and logic to come to a conclusion that may not be true. I believe it to be. I'm pretty certain that that is the truth because it makes the most sense. And it you know what I'm saying, I observe that happening. But you don't know what the moon is. You just think the earth is flat and Hitler wasn't a bad guy and thinks he's right all the time. When did I say that Hitler was not a bad guy? When have I ever said that? I've never said that. I've never said anything like that. I know it's not glow in the dark because I'm not fucking stupid. That's not an argument. Is your argument I believe what NASA tells me and what the science books and what the authorities tell me? Then I'll say then that, yeah, that's you're stupid. Yeah. Let's not forget his gaming is his birthright. Yeah, sure. You said the narrative says he is, but I'm not sure that you can prove that. That's what you said about Hitler. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I'm saying it. That doesn't mean that he is. That's just saying that you don't know what the actual truth about Hitler is because you've been propagandized. I'm not saying that he is or he isn't. I'm saying you don't actually know the truth about Hitler. That's not the same thing as saying that he's not a bad guy. I never said that. Not backpedaling. That's literally what I've said. You guys just can't accept reality because you're all wrong. I know it's hard for you to deal with the fact that that's what it is. The reason why this keeps happening is because you're wrong. You're always on the wrong side of the argument. You're always from the wrong perspective, and you're always getting things wrong. Even then, that you've just been proven what the actual argument was, you've been proven wrong. And even then, you will claim that as backpedaling. And you only do that because you're wrong. You're wrong, innit? Wrong. If the propaganda says he's a bad guy, what's the truth? I don't know, because we don't know what the truth is, do we? Every country propagandizes its own people. Then how do you know what propaganda is if you don't have a truth to compare it against? Because you can read the things that Hitler said and you never get taught about the things that he actually says. So there's a disconnect of what he actually says and you're not allowed to hear what he says and then telling you all the bad things or how bad he is. So there's clearly things you can go and find that are distrue or untrue about what you are told about Hitler. But how do you know what he actually said? He wrote a book. Hitler wrote multiple books. But you do know what he actually said and didn't say what he read. He might have not have been true. Well, it's the best truth that we have. We have literally 2 books that he wrote, and his opinions on these things are there on paper form. Well, then you're living in a world where your government and the people propagandize you, tell you one things that are wrong, or simultaneously also telling you things that are false, so that you don't know which is which. So it's a conspiracy to create a conspiracy. That's your counter-argument. Your counter-argument is a conspiracy to create a conspiracy that doesn't exist. There is no conspiracy except for the conspiracy to make you think that there is a conspiracy. Just that conspiracy. That's the counter-argument you're making. It's not waffle. It's not waffle. You just don't understand the arguments. Bioprinters. Do I have a copy of Mein Kampf? Not on me now. So do you own a copy? I do not know. We have the evidence of his actions, Joe. You don't have the evidence of his actions.
Time to hunt.
What was going on there? Am I lagging out there? I was lagging out while I was trying to finish the dude on the ground. That's a bit suspicious, isn't it?
20 minutes remain.
Am I getting fucking ping DDoS or something now? Um... It's a real shame that the they don't get fucking stacked up or whatever. Yeah.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Oh, boy. Joe like to finish dudes on the ground. Confirmed you heard it, but what? This thing called World War II. You don't even know the facts of World War II. Have you ever heard of the term? History is written by the victors. Do you know why they say that? It's because the people who win wars get to decide the context of how the wars happened and what actually claim what they actually happened. You don't know what actually happened in any of the wars. You only know the stories they tell you about those wars because the history is written by the victors.
Alert. An anomalous rift has been detected.
Camo active.
So much fucking AI everywhere, bro. Fucking poison plants around every corner.
Warning. Reinforcements detected.
Trying to do a little bit of fucking casual looting, looking for bioprinters. Fucking purple shield. Some of the worstly fucking shielded fucking AI. Is that a player? Fucking hell, bro. Nice aim, bro. Nice aim. You're cheating, are you, bro? No one ever misses their shots. Yeah, no footsteps on, no indication that there was ever any players moving around that didn't miss any of his shots. Because they never miss any of their shots. When did they ever miss shots on me, bro? He was out in the open as well. He was also out in the open. He was also out in the open. He was also out in the open. Dude's got like a clown face, clown nose with a dunce cap on. Obviously a cheater. 88 hours on fucking thinking a jig. 174 games, 16 years. It's on the edge, mate. On the edge. Mr. underscore DNA. Okay. 10 games, 14 years, 25 games, 12 years. Private profile. The angry peanut.
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
Joe's upset he's always going unloaded by dudes. But it's funny how none of them ever miss their shots or panic. Always in a position, never making any noise, always know where I am, I don't know where they are. And they're always never missing their shots on me. Like, when do I get the people who miss their shots? When do I get a dude who just panics and flops? So what? So what if he's playing the stealth class? I'm playing the stealth class. You literally don't have any arguments against me. You've literally got nothing to say against me. At all. Except just random claims and shit. You got nothing. Ad hominems, all the usual stuff. You got nothing of substance or consequence against me. It's not a claim, you're literally proving it. It's evidenced by the fact that you don't have any real arguments against me. All you can do is make ad hominem attacks and dissect slight points and then make semantic word games around those points. That's all you can do. Ad hominem over and over again. Nothing new. Even when I'm consistently getting killed by people that never miss, always seem to know where I am, and I can never hear where they are, somehow you just completely ignore the same pattern over and over and over again. Which, even if I was the worst player in the world, if I was playing against legitimate players, this would never happen. Would never happen. It can only be happening as a symptom of cheating. I don't know why I'm getting a message from Amazon when I shouldn't be getting a delivery today. It should be tomorrow, I think. You're standing 10 feet in front of him. I'm standing. We're both the same range from each other. We're both the same range. We're both out in the open.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
We're both out in the open. We're both out in the open. You can't use, oh, you're out in the open as an excuse. He's also out in the open. Yes, Joe, when you're 10 feet away from someone, they're also 10 feet away from you. Yeah, good job. Yeah, so what's the argument then? So you can't use the 10 feet as an argument then, can you?
Cyber at me wishes you optimal conditions for success.
This guy, by the way, who's not crouch walking, not a single step of knowledge that this guy was ever there. Not a single step the dude was ever there at all. But it's always in the location to roll upon me. Even when I get the drop on dudes, people are still never missing their shots, bro. So how many runs have you had today? How many player kills? How many player kills? One down. 1 kill. 0 extractions. Well, except for that one co-op game. That one team-based game where we didn't fight anybody and we just got out straight away. Apart from that, we've got literally 1 player kill and no extractions. And not a single point on my quest done in hours of gameplay. And you think that's normal? Even for a bad player, you think that the success rate would be a lot higher, even for a bad player. You have to be on a certain map for this one. I don't know, man. No, it says multi-zone. I can go anywhere. I would have thought like bioprinters would be in bio research, but like it doesn't seem to be the case. I'm trying to think off of memory like where I can find this shit. Quarantine maybe? I think there is bioprinters in quarantine. I'm not sure about these storage containers. I would have thought it would have been like a warehouse or a place like this, but I ain't finding any. Yeah, Joe, you were 10 feet away from someone. You were 10 feet. Does it have SPMM? Not to my knowledge. How do you know I was there, bro? Are you in the perfect place for? How do you know I'm there, bro? You got your cheats on, have you, bro? How much did you pay for your cheats? Come and kill me then, bro. Come kill me then, bro. How much did you pay for your cheats? You want the kill so bad? Come on then, mate. Pretend to play the video game. Come on, pretend to play the video game, mate. Yeah, pretending to play video games, mate. How much did you pay? How much did you pay, bro? So just another dude who's in the perfect place again and doesn't miss any of their shots without any footsteps whatsoever. Like, how normal do you think this is to happen every game? Oh look, game ban on record, private profile, Gonzo. Got Breaking Bad. Is that fucking Walter White there? Breaking Bad. So just another kill immediately by somebody who's unknown that they're ever there. Not a single audio cue that anybody was in the area. Immediately opens fire in the perfect position and doesn't miss any of their shots. And just that happens every single game. Happens every single game. What's happening? Level 12 Warlock. How's it going, man? I'm not even. I just remembered I don't even have my my follows up and stuff. Nah, you don't need to take any cap off, mate. I'll take any cap off, man. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Hang on a minute. Who's this guy? Is it fucking
teleports in with costumes. Oh,
channel? What is it? This fucking level 12 Warlock. Who's he? Who's this guy? Oh,
teleports in with costumes. Oh,
channel. What is it? There we go. This fucking level 12 Warlock. And this guy. There we go. Who's this guy? There we go. Say bye to level 12 Warlock. Thanks, mate. Laters. Bye, mate. Obviously, just a troll, probably the dude who just cheated me in the game. He wants to come out. Oh, look at him. He's bold under his cap. I've got a theory that he's bold. And then we're going to make fun of him. Ha ha. No, mate, just get banned for being a twat, anybody. Just get banned, bro. Just get banned, bro. Well, he's gone now. Let's try quarantine again.
Strategic recommendation. Prioritize thorough scavenging. Ethical concern is unwarranted.
Did somebody just bring that down? Is it always like that? It's always like that, isn't it? Core storage containers. I'm trying to think. Like core storage containers. The ones on the walls, right? I feel like I've seen them in Outpost, but Hauler maybe. Hauler Outpost. Fucking hell, purple shield. Why are there these purple shield AIs just like milling around? Have they like increased the spawn rate of these like fucking purple AI? Is this a cool thing? That's a tool farm. There's a player in it.
A rift of anomalous energy has manifested in the area.
Camo active.
Fair enough. I should have switched to my knife straight away. Fucking locked straight to me as soon as I opened fire there, man. Nah, not see the recap. There we go.
Minutes remain.
Russian player, obviously cheating. Literally, his shields are broken. He should be dead by then. Like if there's enough to break his shields, that's enough to kill him as well. These are all hits, multiple hits. Like he should have died there. Like there's no way he should have been able to take all them hits.
Camo active.
Shields are broken at that point. Hits. Hits. That's 3 hits, man. The guy's still alive. That's 4 hits. 4 hits and the guy's still living, bro. The guy's still living at 4 hits, bro.
Camo active.
We had 2 hits dead. There we go. Let's count all the hits up. Let's count them all up. Ready? Boom. 1 hit. 2nd hit. Shields damaged. Third. Was that 3rd hit? Oh, that's a miss, I think. Hit. Miss. Hit. 2nd hit. 3rd hit. 4 hits.
Active.
2 hits to break shields. 3 hits doesn't put a player down. Without shields.
Camo active.
3 hits, man. Dude's still standing. Headshot. Body shot. Headshot. Another headshot. The guy just lives off of that. Yeah, sure, bro. Of course, man. Of course. What's his fucking name, bro? This the guy. Russian dude with what? 37 games on a 9-year-old account. Just cheated, right? 70 hours. 0 brain Russian. 3K hours on Apex. Still completely brain dead. Worst octane I have seen in years. Who's honest? You're a fucking pussy. Not incapable of fighting. Taking 1v1 without 3 other people helping you. You fucking coward. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Just a cheater, right? Nearly 3,000 hours in Apex Legends full of cheaters. There's no way you can play 3,000 hours of Apex Legends and not be a cheater. It's literally impossible to play the game because everybody's cheating in it. Impossible to play. He's being a deliberate because he's being a dickhead, isn't it, bro? This dude's being a dickhead then. If that's a reason to ban someone, me and you and Joe will be banned for everything coming on, buddy. Yeah, sure, but there's a difference. There's no reason for like being a dickhead like that. There's like no reason. If the guy doesn't say nothing and the only thing he can say is to try and make fun of me, then he can just get banned straight out, innit? Like, there's just no point in engaging with that person. It's gonna go make a A drink, actually, one sec. Gonna go make a coffee. I'm back in a second, guys. I just got a spam call as you were looking down. I'm sure you did, Bonnie. I'm sure you did. Easy, right, okay, let's go back in. You... never mind. I do need to end the stream soon-ish. I've got things to do. End of the day, man, the world's just full of sad, delusional people that are just pretending to live. They're not really real people. I think they're all holograms, actually. I think I'm the only real person and everyone else is a hologram. A psychotic hologram. That can't realize that it's a hologram. Yeah. By the fact that everybody acts and talks like they're AI, because literally you could argue with AI, and AI does all the same things that you guys do. It's full of a bunch of people who just literally are just cheating, pretending to play games. Everywhere you go, it's full of everywhere in life. All the frauds succeed. All of the worst types of people succeed. All the liars and the deceivers are everywhere. And everyone isn't real. Everyone's fake and everything's inauthentic. And everything's just, nothing's real.
Engaging affirmation protocol. Assert, you are the edge of the blade. Assert, you cut clean through all resistance.
Got the fucking AI in the game fucking gaslighting me. Well, that's because it doesn't align with your fabricated reality. Well, it's not fabricated reality, is it? If it's not fabricated to my will, is it? It's not my fabrication, is it? I'm not fabricating a world that I don't want to fucking live in, is it? I'd fabricate a world where people weren't cheating in video games. Sad people pretending to play video games. People pretending to live. The pretenders. The world is full of pretenders. That's what it is. Fucking Mr.ons, mate. Everywhere you go, fucking Mr.ons, as far as the eye can see. Everyone's a Mr.on. Captain Scarlet mentioned, yep, it's like the Foo Fighters song. I don't know the Foo Fighters song. Zero Stellar, only evil people consume the flesh of another living thing. Correct, yeah. That's what evolution is, isn't it? Yeah. So dogs are evil. Yeah, the hybrids, isn't it? Yeah. Evil's hybridized itself into this reality. Yeah, that's right. They're hybrids. Are birds evil? Yeah, they're the hybrids, yeah. Anything that feeds on other people, they're hybrids, isn't it? Birds are government drones, and you yourself have admitted to liking dogs, so you like evil. Right, yeah, sure. Some are more evil than others, isn't it?
Ammo here.
No Israeli keeps trying to move and to ban them. No, he's a bird lover, actually. Right, okay. Try and go quarantine again, if we can actually get that. Wild God create evil, Joe. It's like this, right? It's like when you're playing a game like SimCity or like Populous, you're playing a God Simulator, you're playing a game like SimCity, you've built your city and it's perfect. The city's perfect that you've built. The city's perfect. Everything runs on time, all the buses run on time, everything runs on time, everything's perfect, nothing ever goes wrong. It's perfect city that you've built. What do you do when you've made the perfect city? No, you can't improve it anymore. It's
Recall
perfect.
window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
You can't improve it anymore. It's perfect. Everything's perfect. You couldn't make it any better. Everything runs perfectly well. There's no way you can improve it further. You're at the limitations of how perfect your city could be. What do you do? What do you do when you've perfected it in your game, when you're playing SimCity and you've finished to perfection? What would you then do? I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, what would you do? Start a new city somewhere else. But what would you do with the old city, though? Wouldn't you do anything else with it? You just build a new one and start again. Why would I touch it if it's perfect? True, but if you don't constantly keep managing it, then it will decline, right? It's going to decline, right? If you're not there to manage it, it won't stay perfect, would it? No, it's not. Eventually you'll hit a ceiling of which you won't be able to optimize and improve anymore. Improvement perfection's not an infinite scale. Eventually you'll hit the... If you've made man, okay, put it this way. If you've created a creation and you made it perfectly good to begin with, then put it this way, it's like in SimCity, or let's go like this, right? So you wake up in the morning, you wake up on time, you go to work, you do your job, you come back home, you do the same thing over and over again, perfect. Let's say you work at a hospital or something. You go and you do your thing. You wouldn't even work at a hospital. Hospitals wouldn't exist because it's a perfect world. So there would be no need for a hospital. Right? Everything worked perfectly well, except for the people who are like getting old and on their dying, it'd be like a hospice or something like that, right? But like there wouldn't be a hospital because there wouldn't be any accidents. Accidents wouldn't happen. Because everything would happen right. Because it's a perfect world. Right, so everything would happen according to plan and would happen. You'd wake up in the morning, you go on the bus, never be any accidents, everything would be perfect, it'd be seamless. Yeah, well, like, everything would be perfect and everything would just work, wouldn't it? Everything would just be as it is. I'm trying to, like, walk you to the answer, but it's like, you're finding it difficult to, like... Again, it's like I've started to argue that maybe you guys are NPCs or holograms because you can't... Do you know what I'm saying? You can't seem to make it. I'm an omniscient god and I would have designed it from the start to not require any constant input. Right? That is... It's not irrelevant. It's not really the point that I'm making. It's not the point I'm trying to lead you to. Again, you've captured a singular point that I've made and you've made it the focus. It's not the whole thing. The point is, if you've made the perfect city... Like in SimCity, what do a lot of players, the vast majority of people do once they've done everything they possibly could do with the game? You see, again, you don't have arguments, you've got ad hominems.
Stealth engaged.
Well, to that says start a new city, but like that's not what everybody would do. That's not what everyone would just do, start a city. There's other things you can do in SimCity. There's other things you can do in SimCity that don't require starting a new city, and you're all deliberately choosing to avoid the answer that you know I'm trying to make. You're all purposefully pretending you don't know what the answer is. It's what the vast majority of people would do once they've done everything in the game they possibly could do. They do the remaining things that they haven't done yet. That's common sense for most people. Yes. I don't want to give you the answer. I want you to arrive at the answer so that you can prove to me that you are actually thinking people and not holograms in the Matrix.
"15 minutes until signal loss."
Yeah, but I'm looking for another answer that doesn't require just building a new city. There are other things you can do in SimCity, like not necessarily having to build a new city. Let's say you can't build a new city. Then let's say you can't build a new city. You've done everything you possibly can do in the game. You can't play another game. You can only play SimCity. SimCity is all that exists, and you can't build a new city. You only have the city that you have, right? You only have the city that you have. You can't build a new one. There are no other games you can play, and there's no other things you can do. All there is SimCity. What would you do once you've done everything and you've perfected the city, and there's nothing else to be done in terms of improving the city? I don't play SimCity. I don't really can't do in it. You never played any of the like old school SimCity games? You never played it, no. Has anybody here? There you go. Josh is correct. You bring the chaos and you watch it burn. There you go. That's what you do. Why do you think God's any different to a player, as above, so below, innit? Like, if you've created a being that's perfect, morally good, and always does the right thing, it can never make any mistakes, it always does everything correctly because it was designed to do that. It might get a little bit boring to see your creation just do the same thing on loop over and over again, wouldn't it? So you might create an opposite, something that's not the same. Alright, truth bombs. I'll have to drop the truth bombs. Well, it's not necessarily about it's not it doesn't necessarily mean it's not necessarily a boredom thing either. It's just that you would never see it do anything new. Maybe boredom is the wrong term. If you had the best thing in the world, you might want to test how good it is as well. Like if you've made something perfect, you might want to test how good it is as well. Like it's not necessarily a boredom thing. You've constructed something, you've seen it happen, it does the same thing over and over again, it never changes. But you need to know, look, well, how would it do if, you know, it had some adversary, you know? Maybe it had a nemesis, you know? Maybe if you created a nemesis or a Satan, if you created an opposite that would try to beat it in some way, then you would create an opposite, wouldn't you? An opposite force. So you'd create evil, wouldn't you? You'd create evil. You used to start your own cult or religion, you would charge people 15. I wouldn't charge people for my opinions. That doesn't mean I wouldn't accept donations if I was in a position where I needed money, but if I don't need the money, I wouldn't be asking for money from people for my opinions or for my ideas or anything like that. Ideas on things that should be charged for typically. Like truth shouldn't be charged for, like ideas shouldn't be charged for, like nothing should really be charged for. It's only an evil of the world that's the reason why that is. I legit thought that was a player as well for a second. Right, okay, it's like I'm gonna have to drop like the truth. I have to like drop the truth bombs in it. I'll have to drop the truth bombs real quick because I'm gonna have to go anyway. But here's a video. What's this? Yeah, hold on. Prince of Persia. Forgot the name of the art Technica. Can't remember the name of the channel. Shit, that's fucking bad. I can't remember the name of the channel. Does anybody know what the name of the YouTube channel is? It's like Art Technica or Art Technica. I'll see if AI knows. For man who accused everyone of being artificial, surely run AI. Like, well, it's because I can't remember it. Oh, this is it. I think that is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. I need to save this. If I ever start my conspiracy channel, like this is a video that I need to know. Link back to. I think it's this one anyway.
Have the lifelike quality that I was imagining in my head. So I used a technique called rotoscoping, which actually has a long history. It goes back to the early days of film animation. Early Disney animators used film, and to me, like, those actions kind of matched what jumping and doing all those things on a Xerox machine, and came out with frames. And the number. So it was June of 1988, and I was 2 years into making Prince of Persia. And at this point, I'd done most of the heavy lifting to get the game working. I had a smoothly animated character that was running through these dungeons, climbing and falling.
There's
and
truth in this,
stepping on
bro. There's
pressure
truth in
plates
this,
to
bro.
open gates and jumping over pits, almost falling on spikes. Everybody who saw the game oohed and awed. It was like a great proof of concept, but it wasn't that much fun to play. And I kind of had this sinking feeling as I realized, like, I've done almost everything I meant to do, but it just doesn't have that excitement that I was hoping for. Also, there was a ticking clock, which is that the Apple II platform was dying. When I started to make Prince of Persia, the Apple II was still the #1 games platform. By 1988, there were new machines that were coming out that had more colors, higher resolution, better sound capability, and I was really at the tail end of the Apple II's life cycle, but I felt that switching to a different platform would have been like starting over. So the worry was that I could come out with a game that was great, that was fun, but nobody would ever play it. You know, it's always a problem when you reach a point in development that makes you question your initial vision. Sometimes the answer is to say, you know, just believe in the initial vision, execute it, it's going to be fine. But sometimes you discover things along the way that make you realize that the initial vision is just a first draft. From the beginning, I had the idea that the main character would not fight, that this was a non-violent character just trying to survive gates and falling these traps and get to offered to try. So I was sharing an office with friends who were also working on their own projects. Robert Cook was working on a game that Naomi saw Prince of Persia on my screen as she walked by my desk. She would say, combat, combat, combat. You need combat or this game's not going to be fun. And this frustrated me because I hadn't planned for combat. Karateka was a fighting game. The whole game was you need to do that because there's not enough memory in the computer to also have a smoothly animated enemy that does everything.
Right.
That
So
I would need
not enough memory
but
to create
when Tomi got
an
the idea,
enemy,
she
right?
wouldn't let it go. And so I would add a new feature to the game. I'd say, okay, now there's torches on the wall. Now I've got jaw traps that chomp and add suspense. Isn't it better now? Tomi would look at the new feature I'd added and say, combat, combat, combat.
How much RAM does God have?
That there was something to what she was saying. As much as I wished that it was.
It's not. It wouldn't be a question of RAM though. It wouldn't be a RAM issue.
2 years into development, I'd used up all the memory to get as far as I'd gotten, but the game was missing that suspense and excitement and sense of conflict that had made Karateka so simple and so much fun. What was I going to do?
What are you gonna do to create an enemy? So if you was God and you've used up all your creative essence or whatever you've allowed, either your entire being or whatever you've allowed for the creation to have, and you've used it all up, yet you now see that your life has there's no dynamicness to it. It's basically robotic because it can only do what it can do and it never changes and there's never any dynamic things that happen, everything that they can do, they've done. So how would you then create an enemy or an adversary?
So I can tell you exactly what happened on that day in June 1988 because I wrote about it in my journal. It was another day in which Tomy had come and looked at my screen and said, combat, you need combat. And again, I'd rolled out my usual argument about how, first of all, that's not the concept of the game. Second of all, there's no memory. And she said, well, in Karateka, you used the same shapes for the hero and the enemy. Couldn't you do that? I said, no, because the hero looks like a likable, endearing kind of character. The enemy shouldn't look like that. And she said, well, what if you made them enemies a different color? And then the idea came to me, what if I exclusive OR'd each byte with itself shifted one bit over? So the Apple II didn't have image processing in any kind of sense that we understand it now, because the graphics were all bitmapped. But one of the assembly language instructions was called exclusive OR, which basically means if the 2 bits are the same, you get a 0. If the 2 bits are different, you get a 1. So as I was telling Tomy for the 10th time why I couldn't draw a character in a different color than the one I'd originally created, I realized that if I used the exclusive OR instruction, shifted 1 bit over, this would create a kind of a shimmery, ghostly outline of the main character. And as soon as I said those words, the character's name popped into being.
The Shadow Man.
So with Tomy and
There we
Robert
go.
looking over my shoulder,
The Shadow
it
Man.
actually took me all of 5 minutes to write the code that would turn the main character into a shimmery, ghostly version of itself. And
Yeah,
as soon as we saw
a ghostly
Shadow
version
Man
of itself.
running,
Yeah,
jumping,
exactly.
and
Yeah.
climbing through the dungeon, it became obvious that this was the opponent that the game needed. It was Robert who suggested that Shadow Man could come into being when you jump through a mirror. Your
Yeah.
ghostly self jumps out the other.
Some people know too much about people are saying this. They know in it. They know the truth in it. That's why they're coming up with this shit. Because that's how God would have created evil. It would have been a mirror reflection of what already existed. You create a mirror world. So if the world that was all good was a world of light, a world of love, a world of persistence, a world of immortality, a world of everything, then a mirror reflection of that world would be the opposite of everything of that. It'd be a world of darkness, it'd be a world of hatred, it'll be a world where everybody ate everybody else. It will be the complete opposite. And if you then merge the worlds together, taking the evil and then mixing it into the world of good and creating a solution, like an evil solution, an evolution of the two, and mixing them together and then throwing it up and mixing it together, then you create a dynamic world, don't you? Where you first got to create the mirror opposite of the creation that was already made, and then you mix them together, and then you shake it up, and then you've got a dynamic world of good and evil, of duality, haven't you? And that's why God created evil. How can mirrors create evil if your eyes aren't real? Right, okay, whatever, guys. I'm gonna die.
If we separate, meet here. Camo active.
Can I not activate this shit?
The shadow path.
God created evil for entertainment. No, it created evil to create a world of dynamic, a world of choices, a world of consequences, a world where things can happen. Because if there was no evil, then you'd basically just be a robot, and you'd have no control. You wouldn't be able to do anything. Like like basically, it's like if you let's say this, right, and you're living in a perfect world. You wake up in the morning, and then you go to your job, you do your job or whatever. You come back, you go back to sleep, you do the same routine over and over again, and nothing ever changes. But what happens if you create a little goblin character, a little goblin is creeping around, and he's like he, little goblin, and then the dude on his way to work like creates a hole and trips the little goblin trips the dude up, and he breaks his leg, and he's like, oh shit, my leg's broken. I've never had a broken leg. I don't know what a broken leg is. And then people have got to go, what's going on? His leg's broken. How does the leg break? We don't even know what a broken leg is. And then people have got to realize and react to what a broken leg is and how to handle a broken leg. And then people have got to start thinking like, how do we deal with this situation? What can we do? And then they figure it all out, and then they start developing ideas, problems to solutions and stuff like that. That's how you create ideas and new things happen. Without evil, you wouldn't be able to make choices and react to what evil does, and be able to make inspired ideas or solutions to problems that are caused by evil. It never got bored. I would be content with a perfect creation. It would not induce evil. Yeah, that's because you're not living in it. You don't know what it would be like to be eternally like I've always said, like heaven's a great place to go for a vacation, but would you really want to be there forever? Eternity of the same thing happening over and over again, and you can't do anything else because you don't know of anything else. And he got bored, so he created evil to entertain himself, not to entertain himself, to give choice and dynamic things to his creation. What choices did Ebola introduce to Nigeria? I mean, is Ebola real? Is that real? You can have choice without evil. Not really, because you'd just be good and you just do good things and you'd always be good and you'd only ever do good and that'd be it. You wouldn't be able to do anything else. Choices and dynamics are more than capable of existing without evil. No, because they're a product of evil. There wouldn't be anything dynamic or any choice if all there was good. You still have choices. No, there's only one right path. There's only one true. You see, that's what you don't seem to understand. There's only one correct path. There's only one good. There's a reason why in the Bible it says like the pathway to heaven is like the narrow path, like through a camel's eye or something. Like to be good is a very narrow path to be perfect, because there's only one correct answer, only one truth, only one way to be good. There's not multiple ways to be good. There's only one way. There are many ways to be bad. There's an almost infinite ways to be bad and evil, but there's only one way to be truly good and to do things correctly. Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll be taking that out of context where it says slaves to obey their masters in the Bible. You'll have taken that out of context. Go on then, find me the quote then. Find me the chapter and what it's in relation to. Um, Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart, serve wholeheartedly as you are serving the Lord. Not people, because you know the Lord, and reward each other for what they're good for. Like this is not the right. This isn't the right word. New International Version. Like serving your government isn't a slave. Like that's the distinction here. Like it's not like that's not the same thing as what you would account to like forced slavery. Like oppressive slavery is what we're talking about. We're not talking about serving your government or something like that. Like that's what that's saying right there. You're getting the conceptual idea of a slave incorrect here. Um, It's basically saying like, do your duty to your leaders, basically. They aren't talking about government, so then who are the masters then? That would be the people who would be running the government. The government would be the masters, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? And masters, treat your slaves the same way. Again, Barney, once again, takes things out of context and removes the context, the understanding of what it's actually saying. How? Because it says here, and masters to treat your slaves in the same way. So the people who are working for you, like who are in service of the government, you should treat them with respect and fear and with sincerity of the heart, just as you would obey Christ, obeying Christ. You should also do the same that to of your slaves, the people serving you. So governments should have respect and fear and with sincerity of heart, just as they would obey Christ. So you got to treat the people that you are masters of in the same way as you would treat and respect Christ and obey Christ. You should also obey the people who are your slaves, and you should also obey. They should also obey the masters and treat them with the same respect. It's not a one-way system where you should just respect the masters and that's it. No, no, no. You're supposed to respect each other. Some people are leaders, are not leading, and other people are in service to that leadership, and that's what the term slave means here. It doesn't mean a slave like you got a whip on your back being cracked to force to build the pyramids and some shit. No, it's talking about living in a society in which there are masters and then there are people who work for said masters, just as we have in our society. We call them prime ministers or presidents, government officials. These people are what you would call the masters, and then the rest of the serving class. And you're supposed to respect each other in the same way. But we don't live in societies where that happens. We're supposed to just do what the government says, and then the government does whatever they want, and they don't respect us at all. Well, it doesn't matter. The first one that you listed, you already took out of context. So, do we really need to go through every single one just to prove that those are out of context as well? It is out of context. This here gives you the additional context necessary to understand the dynamic at play here. No, it says, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear with the sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Right? And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. It's not straw manning. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, with sincerity of the heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them, not only win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ. But as slaves of Christ. Clearly, the wording here, there's a translational error here. Like, you're not slaves of Christ, right? Slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord. That's what it actually means. It means serving, not slaving. Serving is what it actually means. Serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each of you for whatever good they do, whenever they are a slave or free. And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. So everything that's been listed here, the masters also should do to the slaves as well. But what has God obeying man got to do with anything about that? What does God obeying man got to do anything with that? God's not referred to the dynamic here in any way. God's not a part of this dynamic that's being repeated here, being spoken here. There's literally just a way in which the people that serve their masters are supposed to be, and that these things that are attributable to these people in service of the masters should be exactly the same way they are in service to Christ, and the masters should do exactly the same, the opposite way around. The people who are in service of the masters should be in service to their masters, and the masters should be in service to the people. It's a mutual relationship. Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about God obeying man here. But it doesn't say anything about God obeying man here. There's nothing about God obeying man here. What are you talking about? Masters do not obey slaves, but it says that they're supposed to. But it says that masters are supposed to obey the slaves. The slaves are supposed to obey the masters, and the masters are supposed to obey the slaves. It's a mutual relationship. So the masters, the leaders, they're going to have foresight of things that we need to do. And the slaves are also going to have needs of things that we need to have done as well. And the masters should be obeying what the slaves need, and the slaves should be obeying what the masters need. That's what it's saying. You should have a reciprocal relationship. Like God here, it doesn't. It says here, the masters treat your slaves in the same way. So all of this here, that is a tribute to the people who are in service to their masters, which is what it really means. Slave means people who are serving, not slaving. Like the word has been colloquially like changed the meaning here, or they're using the word wrongly. It says not to threaten them because their masters is also your master, Christ, but you are their master, and they are not yours. It says to not threaten them because their master is also your master. What are you talking about? It says, slaves, those who are in service of their masters, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of the heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor with when their eyes on you, but of slaves of Christ doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each one of you whatever good they do, whether they are slave or free, right? And then masters, treat your slaves the same way. So that means you could read this the other way. Masters, obey your earthly servants with respect and fear, with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eyes on you, but as servants of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Master over them wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each and one of you whatever good they do, whatever the slave or free. So that's what it's saying. See how you stop? I didn't stop reading. I was trying to reverse the meaning of the text from the other person's point of view. No, I didn't. I stopped because I was trying to like work out whether or not that actually works in the way that I'm doing it. I'm trying to reverse the meaning because all you got to do here is swap out slaves for masters. Then wherever it says like serve, like put leading or mastering in its place. Do not threaten them, since you know what is both their master and yours in heaven. And there is no, like, why do you keep repeating something that we are literally just talking about here? You're going outside of the text we're speaking about. What? It's not here. Yeah, masters in your state saying, do not threaten them, since you know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and there is no favoritism with him. Yeah, and so what? So what? What does that addendum, what does that mean? What do you care for that point? What? Yeah, do not threaten your slaves. Right? Is that's what it's saying, right? And masters, treat your slaves the same way. Do not threaten them, since you know. So treat them the same way. Do not threaten them, since you will know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and there is no favoritism with him. Yes. It says, and masters, treat your slaves in the same way, full stop. So in what way? In the ways listed here. So all the ways listed here, and masters, treat your slaves in the same way, full stop, end the sentence. And then says, but don't threaten them, because they want their own wills and their own things. Sometimes they might not do what you want them to do. They've got their own wants and needs. So don't threaten them to make them do what you want them to do, since you know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and there is no favoritism with him. Yeah, no, it's you are not understanding what these words mean today. Master means leader, slave means servant, as in serving the leader. You have people in an army who serve their government, who serve their leaders. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about people in service of their governments, in their leaders. That's the master and slave relationship. We're not talking about cracking on whips, going, get that pyramid built, or I'm going to gas all your firstborn. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're not talking about that's what people think of as slaves today. That's the meaning of slaves today. Back then, the word slaves had a different meaning. That's being used differently. Slave and master is a different relationship to how it's perceived today by today's language. You realize they hard words for that, right? Slave and master has always meant what it means. No, it's not, because the idea of slavery has changed over time. It's not claims and waffle. You're literally reading it. Does this here sound like the standard slave master relationship that you stereotypically think of the slave master relationship? When you think slave and master, you're thinking get in that cotton field and get picking that cotton, or we're gonna lynch you up. We're gonna lynch you up. We're gonna crack you on your back with a whip. You better get picking that cotton. I'm the master here. You do what your master tells you. Crack the whip. Like, this is not that definition of what master-slave relationship is. That's what you think slave-master relationship is, because you've been propagandized to believe that's what it is. But here in the Bible, it's telling you what the slave-master relationship actually is. So the meaning of what we term master and slave is different. The term slave and master here is more like servant and leader. People are in service to their leaders and in service to their governments. That's what it's closer to. It's like what we talk about masters and slaves is a completely different thing entirely. What you described is chattel slavery, a subgenre, subgenre of slavery. It's not a subgenre that's being defined here in the Bible. So it's an add-on, right? The master slave dynamic that was here attributed in the Bible has been corrupted over time, and it's become what you would refer to as chattel slavery. That occurred after these words and definitions were used the way that they were used in the Bible times or whatever. So it's a different thing altogether. Either way, you're basically proven to not understand what the term slave means, and it's taken out of context, because this is just a normal reciprocal relationship between leaders and the people who they serve over. But it is. It says it there, clear as day, black and white writing. There, we'll zoom it in. Look. There, look. It's clear as day. Literally, you're supposed to respect each other. The master and the slave are supposed to respect each other, treat each other with respect, as if it were God himself. You're supposed to treat your slaves like they're God, and your slaves are supposed to treat you like you are God, and you don't threaten your slaves, and you treat them with respect, and all that shit, right? You don't even know what that means and how you throw it around. It's literally what it says. Literally what it says. Obey them as if you would obey Christ. Obey them as if you would obey God. Well, different slavery, I guess, different circumstances. We're talking about what God is saying here. We don't know what the Hebrew words are being used here, being translated from. You understand that this is English words here, that these come from a root word of either Hebrew or Greek, depending on what version of the Bible it is, and blah, 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 right? We don't know what the word they're drawing from, and sometimes they swap the meanings of these words all the time. So looking at the English as the word is not really the right way to go. You need to go to the Hebrew word for when both slaves are being spoken about and see if it's the same Hebrew word that's being used. Because oftentimes there are two different words, but they get translated to the same word in English. So it can mean two different things if the Hebrew word that it's being translated from is different and has a different meaning. Right. So then, like, you're just literally making excuses. You want slave to be this idea of you're a slave of what you understand a slave to be, but then you go and read it, and it basically says, no, you're supposed to just respect each other and just like do what your master says, you do what your slave says, and you work together as a team. That's what it's basically saying. It's saying here, work together as a team. There's a relationship of dude who's in charge, a master, and the people who are I'm forgetting the words that I wanted to use in my head then. I was going to say subordinates, but that's not correct. Whatever. Like, the dudes who are working under the masters, right? Subservient, that's what I was looking for, yeah, subservient. Those who are subservient to the masters, right? They are to treat them in the same way as each other. That's the relationship, right? There can only be one person in charge, or a minority in charge. Not everybody can be in charge. There's got to be clear job role responsibilities in a relationship when you're doing something together as a team. right? There's going to be those who are subservient and those who are issuing out orders. But just because you're issuing out orders as a general doesn't mean that you ignore the concerns and the wants and needs of your soldiers. Because there are leaders who know where you got to go, have different information, have different job roles in it. Slaves aren't in charge, so how are they giving orders? They're not giving orders, but they have their own wants and needs. Like, hey, look, we all need bathrooms, or we're all going to piss ourselves. Can we have some bathrooms, please? Can you make us some bathrooms? And we're like, no, no, you piss in bottles and cups only. You'll not piss in a toilet. No, everyone has their own roles and have their own wants and needs, and you're supposed to work together to a goal. The person's a master for a reason, right? We said that they're giving orders for their masters to obey. Yeah, they'll be giving orders like, we need more money. You know, we need these things. We need more food. We want this. We want that. You should do this for us. So when the Bible says, if you punch your slaves in the eye and the eye stops working, you have to free him. What did they mean by this? I don't know, man. You're probably talking about some Old Testament shit, man, that I don't familiar with. But either way, you're looking to argue for something else because the thing here that you've pointed to originally doesn't line up with what you wanted. So now you're looking for other things to look for. You can't just even admit that you're wrong on this. Now you're already looking for the other things to try and go. It's not projecting. It's not projecting. But you are. You just proved it wrong. I said that you're literally taking it out of context. I've gone in there and then I found the context for you. So we've understand what the relationship is here now because we've read it. You're like, no, a slave's supposed to obey their masters and do what they're told, and then forgets the point. Oh, but the masters are also supposed to do the same thing. Yeah, that little bit there that called a lie of omission, right? That a lie of omission there. Just forget that this part here completely undoes what you was trying to present, that slaves are supposed to obey their masters and do what they're told. That's what the Bible says. The Bible says slavery is good and slavery is a good thing, and you're supposed to do what you're told, and that's what it is. But then forget that point where it says the masters are supposed to do the same. So yeah, you was proven wrong, Barney. You had a thing that you thought slavery was. You thought the Bible was supporting slavery, and then when it actually says, "Oh no, the master's supposed to do the same thing," that proves that you're wrong, and now you're denying it. Nope, I included it. You didn't. So then why are you bringing it up then? So what's the point of bringing up slavery in the Bible then? Why have you brought this up then? No. When people say slavery today, people are saying where they're basically being whipped or they're being held against their will to do something that they don't want to do. That's what we talk about when we talk about slavery. So you've presented this under the premise that's what we're talking about. But then when we actually go there to find the context, that's not actually what's being described. So you're wrong. No, it isn't. No, you're seeing the word slave and saying slave, 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 slave. But it's not the same type of slavery. When you're presenting this idea that there's slavery in the Bible, you're trying to build the case or trying to present the idea that the Bible supports cracking of whips, chain gangs, building pyramids, horrible, oppressive types of slavery, people working for no money against their will, chained, fucking whatever they want the master say. That's what you're trying to present. But then when you go to the details, that's not what's being said. Why do we have to go and check the other verses when we've already proven you wrong on this verse? I don't have time to go through all of your verses. We went through the first one that you presented, proven wrong. So there you go. You didn't call anything. You've already built in the conclusion you know it would arrive at, and then go and predicted it. This is the same people that did with Marathon. This is what people did with Marathon. All the people who wanted to hate on Marathon all decided we're not going to buy the game, and because we're not going to buy the game's not going to sell well, and then we can say, look, the game is bad, the game didn't sell well, and then we go predicted it. See, predicted it, guys, predicted it. So you guys know that I'm not going to go through all of your verses. You know that I don't have enough time to go through all of those verses. So then when it arrives at the conclusion that you know it's going to arrive at, you go, see, predicted it. Predicted it, guys. Predicted it. It's not routine is growing old. You literally came in with a false premise, you got proven wrong, and now you're looking for other ones to go through because the first one failed. So now you go on to the next one, and you can't even admit you were wrong on the first point. Are you going to concede that you're wrong on the first point? That you're wrong on the first one? Are you wrong? What's my favorite Method Man verse? What is my favorite Method Man verse? I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that one. His first single, yeah, Method Man. It's very clear. Slaves obey masters. Masters do not threaten. Again, check out the other verses, bringing the real heat. Yeah, well, the heat should have been brought in the first verse, innit? Should have brought the heat in the first verse. I've got to go and feed the cats that I've been assigned the duty to. My master has given me my orders that I got to go feed the cats. I better go text him and says, I hope you're respecting me and obey me as you would Christ. I don't have cats. So then, Joe, when I prove you wrong about cheating allegations one time, all your others are wrong by default. Well, it would be a bit weird that the Bible clearly defines what the slaves and the master relationship is here in regards to slaves and masters. So if you have other verses of slavery, it would seem very weird that this will be contradicted if God all of a sudden turned around. No, crack the slave with the whip. Crack the slave with the whip, he shall build the pyramid brick by brick. No, it's not full of contradictions, you're just not understanding or interpreting it. So what was the other one? What was the other one then? Let's go to it. What was the other one then? Corinthians or something or other? What was it? Corinthians? No, sorry, it's fine. Corinthians. Oh, Colossians, sorry. We're only doing one of them. We're not going for all of them. We're doing one more, and then I've got to go. So hopefully you brought the heat on the first one. I'm not going to say, well, no, the heat's in all the other ones. It's the same one. It's the same one. Slaves obey your earthly masters in everything you do, not only when in their eye and the glory in their favor, but in the sincerity of the heart, reverence of the Lord. Whatever you do, work with all your heart as the working with the Lord for the humans. And since you know that, you'll receive an inheritance. And it is Lord you are serving. Yeah, okay. Put to death, therefore, whatever belongs to your earthly nature, sexual immorality, impurity, lust, evil desires, and greed, which is idolatry. Because of these, the wrath of God is coming. You used to walk in these ways in the life you once lived, but now you must also rid yourself of all such things as these: anger, rage, malice, slander, and filthy language from your lips. Do not lie to each other, since you have taken off your old self with its practice. So again, don't lie to each other, and put on your new self, which is being renewed in knowledge of the image of its creator. Here there is no Gentile or Jew, circumcised or uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave or free, but Christ is all and is in all. So therefore, everybody is equal. Instructions for Christian households. Wives, submit yourselves to your husbands as fitting to the Lord. Husbands, love your wives. Wives, children, obey your parents. Fathers, obey your children. Footnotes, blah, blah, blah. Read whole chapter. So where was the, what was it? 322. Yeah, so here, so slaves, obey your earthly masters in everything you do, not only when in their eye, but again, it's just the same passage again. It would be, if everyone here is all equal to each other, then it would, based on this context here, would mean that it would also be true the other way around as well then, wouldn't it? Just as it was in the previous verse. Right? It's saying here that everybody's equal. Here, there is no Gentile or Jew, circumcised or uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave or free, but Christ is all and is in all. Right? So everybody is equal. Everyone's the same. So even in a relationship where there are slaves and there are masters, everyone should treat each other with the same level of respect as each other. Because everybody still has their job roles within the confines of society. But everybody should be treated as equals. But everybody has a role to play. Do you not understand the difference? not everyone can be a leader, right? Not everybody can lead. Even if everybody's equal, not everybody could lead. You know, the master slaves are equals. Yeah, they are equals, yes. But they can only be a master. They can't, not everyone can be a master, can they? Yeah, a boss of employees are not equals. They are equals. They are equals. Yeah, they are. They should be equals. Bosses and employees today aren't equals, but they should be treated as equals. All you're saying is we live in an evil world where the respectful two-way system that is being explained to you here isn't being adhered to because you're not living in a morally just society. No, but you're supposed to respect each other and treat each other the same, equally the same. An evil world that was intentionally made evil by God Himself. That doesn't change what good and evil is, though, does it? Just because evil exists doesn't mean that changes what good and evil is, does it? Well, no, God is both good and evil, isn't it? Isn't that what Lucifer said in the garden? Like you should eat of the forbidden fruit, for you then you'll know good and evil and be like God. Lucifer tried to help us get out from underneath God. He is the good guy. Well, that's Gnosticism, and Gnosticism says there's a God above that God, the Most High, the Monad. Right. Beyond that, they got the demiurge, which is what they would say the Bible, the Old Testament Bible is. That's the demiurge. What people would call Satan. What is the bad guy? That's the demiurge. That's the bad guy. That's evil. Above that is the true God, the monad or whatever. And they would have created that God. They would have put that evil God, the demiurge, in that position of power, right? Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is a documentary. Explain. I couldn't tell you what Gnosticism is. I know aspects of Gnosticism, but I couldn't tell you specifically the ins and outs of what Gnosticism is and what a Gnostic is. I know that Gnosticism comes from the word gnosis to mean knowledge, right? I know that. And I know that the Matrix is an allegory of Gnosticism, just as many works of art often are um, um, like metaphors and whatnot of Gnosticism. First and fifth century religious movement asserting that salvation comes from gnosis, secret experimental knowledge, rather than faith alone. Sure. Yeah, more or less. Nothing to do with God being above God, like you just claimed. Well, no, the Gnostics believe that there is a God above the demiurge. They believe that the world is ruled by an evil God. That's what the Gnostics believe. Yeah. Also, in that notice, how doesn't it say for husbands? Also, in that, notice how it doesn't say for husbands to submit to their wives. Yeah, because they're not wives, are they? They're the men. Men have a clear job role and women have a clear job role, and it's been defined. That doesn't mean that they're not treated equally with each other with the same love and respect as each other. Just that everybody has a job role. Everybody plays their position. That's what makes a good team. Everyone plays their role. If you're playing support, you're supporting it. Get in the kitchen and play support. Stop trying to play DPS. I'm the carry. I'm playing DPS. I'm carry. You're support. Get in the kitchen. Play support. Okay? You're support. You're healer. You're a healer. Heal me. Everyone play their role. Play your position. But we all treat each other equally. But when we're playing, everyone playing their job role. Okay? Yeah, because sometimes the carry is in the position to be the shot caller, in it. Some people are shot callers. Some people you just do your heal me. Right? Everyone plays their position. Everyone's got a position to play. Everyone's got a job role. The Bible flat out says that men rule over their wives. Yes. Sure, yeah. Yeah. Rule over their wives. Yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, fine, yeah. Because women have a job role to do in it. They've got a specific job role to do. But husbands should rule over their wives, yes. But women do have a specific role that is very important in society to play. According to the Bible, it's to obey their husbands. Well, no, they are to obey their husbands when they are married, but that doesn't mean that the woman doesn't have a purpose outside of marriage. A woman's purpose is whatever she needs to be. No, it's not. You got a specific purpose based on the logic and the facts of reality. No, it isn't. No, it's not. It isn't. Like everybody has a thing that they're good at and that they're supposed to do, and that's what you're supposed to do. And women are the gatekeepers of society. Women are what determines whether you're going to live in a good society or an evil society. Women have that power to control um, the type of society that you live in, that they gatekeep, the types of people that exist. How? Because they can select the men that they reproduce with. And the people that make up the world are what determine the quality of the world that you live in. So if women have sex with idiots and retards, then you will have a world full of idiots and retards, won't you? So the women, if they choose terrible people to reproduce with, you'll end up with a terrible society. Well, no, both are true, but you can't turn a retard into a genius if they're a retard. So what we live into a society today is that basically what happened was, so basically you can look at it like this, right? It's propaganda, basically. It's like Rebel Without a Cause. There we go, 1955. So almost like with the inception of like Hollywood in like what the 1920s, the 1930s, propaganda like Rebel Without a Cause started to give ideas in women's head that you should date the bad boy, the dude who's going to break all the rules, the guy who's an outlaw. Don't go out with those squares and those morally righteous men who do the right thing all the time. You want to go on one of these cool leather jacket bad boys. That's what you want. One of them. You want one of them dangerous men in your life. That's what you want, women. That's what you want. You want these dangerous bad boys in your life. And so women got brainwashed with the idea that they should date bad guys. And then in comes the 60s with all the drugs and all the free love, all the rot your brain, all the hardcore feminist ideas. You can do what you want, burn your bras. You had all your burning your bras and women's revolution at this point. Now you've got your rights to over men now. You want to date the bad boys, innit? Those bad guys, those dangerous dudes. That's what you want. And then this propaganda is carried on through the drug abuse, through the 1960s, through marijuana taking, through Woodstock and all that sort of stuff. The free love era of just have sex indiscriminately with all these bad men. And what do you end up with? A world full of bad people, liars and cheaters everywhere you go, as far as the eye can see. And women dictate the types of people that exist in the world. And then you get what happens in societies when this happens. Because you can go back to like old school Arabia, like Islam was never as oppressive as it is in some countries today. Like Islam wasn't as oppressive back in the heyday. So it's like what you have is that you get a lot of bad people that get born, and then once the bad people become the majority, Well, then they oppress the women to ensure that only bad people ever get made. And then the good people die out, and then it becomes perpetual. And that's what you're seeing in society now. All you're seeing is all the bad people reproducing overly all over the place, and then it's become like oppressive. And because you live in a society of where only bad people succeed, and it's based on status, it's based on superficial things like looks. All the so-called great and successful people are all the people who cheat and lie and bully their way through life, and they end up getting the women, so they end up reproducing their seed into a better bloodline than what they probably came from initially. And then they essentially hijack bloodlines, and then they just reproduce trash, and then more trash, and then more trash, and then you're just a world full of trash people everywhere. Bad boys being excitement, the idea, an exciting relationship during an era where women had only just gained the right to vote 34 years prior, they were still quite oppressed. Sure, whatever. It doesn't change the fact that that's what happened. Women were conditioned and convinced to start dating bad men, and now you got a world full of bad people. That's what happened. And then all those bad people, they've they've seized power in government, in industry, in art, in media, in politics, education system. All those bad people that have been born, they now occupy the entire institutions, and that's why the world is shit. There you go, guys. All the world's problems, all down to women choosing the wrong types of men to reproduce with. That's why my girlfriend dating a fucking loser, checkmate. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I can't speak for your girlfriend. Like it's not. It's, you know what I'm saying. When I say everybody, remember I'm being hyperbolic. Doesn't mean that no good people are ever born, but there's a majority rule going on here. That it's a lot different now than it was 50 years ago. People were far more respectable and decent 50 years ago than they are today. Everyone's a lying, cheating bitch these days. Everyone's a lying, cheating bitch these days. And that's because women have been reproducing with a bunch of lying, cheating bitches. And now you've got a world full of lying, cheating bitches, as far as the eye can see. What if I'm a bad man instead of a... what if I'm a bad man instead of a bad man? What's the difference, bro? You're just being semantic, bro. Everyone, so yourself. Again, hyperbolic. I'm allowed to speak in exaggerated terms when we're talking in an informal situation in public with people. I don't have to speak with correct definition words. Hood slang. Yeah, I know what you mean by bad man. I know what you mean, but that's the same thing, isn't it? A bad man's a bad man. A bad man is just saying a bad man with a positive spin. Oh, he's a bad man. Well, not really. The term a bad man comes from a dude who was being bad, and then people finding being bad as a term of endearment, and then turning it into a positive phrase by saying, dude's a bad man. He's a bad man. That's how it came about. So how come men have no blame in the rotting world, only women? And because women have the power to choose who they have sex with, and men can't really choose that unless you've got money and power. And the people who have money and power tend to be bastards. Well, women choose the men that they are with. Women chose to sleep with the bad boys. They chose to go to Woodstock and do drugs and be free and have indiscriminate free love and have no standards whatsoever. Women chose to do this. No, men only choose the women they're with when you're either very attractive, have money and power, of these three things. If you don't have lots of money, if you are, even if you're vaguely average, if you're a 6 or a 7, I'll say I was in a 6 or a 7 category. If I was in a 6 or 7 category and I don't have money or power, I can't choose the types of women I want to be with. I can't choose. I can't see a hot woman and be like, hey, I've chosen you. If I walk right up to a woman, into her face and went, I've chosen you, and then stare at her for a really long time and go, I've chosen you. I've chose you. I choose you. I just go to women all the time. I just stop them. I walk right in front of them. I block them so they can't move. And I look them right in the eyes and I go, I've chosen you. I've chose you. You're mine now. Like like that dude in the, what was it, League of Gentlemen. you're my wife now. I'd be like, that dude. Seems on brand for you, bro. Yeah, but I can't go and choose the women that I want. If I went up and asked any woman I want, they'd go away from me. Get me, weirdo. Weirdo, get away from me. Restraining order. Weirdo. Oh, bless him. Bless him. If I don't get that, oh, bless him. Oh, no, 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 I've got a boyfriend. No, sorry, I'm just, no. I get that, phase or like, weirdo. I'll either get, weirdo or the, oh, no, sorry, busy. No. Or just the, awkward. How dare you talk to another human being? Awkward. Yeah, then that's the worst thing that can happen, isn't it? The worst thing is that. Yeah, the worst thing is you can say no. Yeah, that is the worst thing. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the worst thing to say is no. The worst thing is not really to say no. The worst thing is, disgusting. You're, freak. Get away from me. Don't even look at me. Freak. That's like the worst, isn't it? Restraining order, rape. I've not done anything. I've not said anything. I've not done nothing. All I said was, do you want to go for a drink sometime? You play Marathon? I do play Marathon, but not right now. I'm trying to get away to leave because I've got to go and feed cats. Cats are starving to death right now. There are cats in the world that are starving without me going there to feed them. You have to nurture it and just go in head first like that. You can't nurture like approaching people, cold approaching people in the street, which is all I can do. I can't nurture. If I was nurturing an engagement with a woman in the street, it would be because I was stalking them, right? And I've nurtured. Hey, it's weird. Hey, I've seen you again. Just make out that it's like a coincidence. Hey, we keep running into each other. How weird is that? They'd be like, because you're stalking me. I keep seeing you following me. Stop following me. You're just proving you have zero idea how to approach women. How do you approach women? Like, how do you approach women? I don't know how to approach women. Last time I approached a woman, it was literally, I just got the, oh no, sorry, I've got a boyfriend. I'm not talking about cold approach, I'm talking about the woman you meet in hobbies. I don't have any hobbies, I play fucking video games all day long, I don't have a life. It's not a choice, that's just how life is. I don't have avenues. There are no avenues except cold approaching, and that just never works. It's never worked. I've never been able to work it. Well, technically, it works if you do it the way that my mates did it, and actually just ask everyone. You treat women like a slot machine. That's what my mates all did. They just treated women like slot machines. They'll just run out into downtown. They'd walk around town, be like, "There's an attractive woman," and they'd be like, "Can I get your number? Can I call you sometime?" Yeah, blah blah blah. And be like, "No, no, sorry." They'd be like, the next person, be like, "You're really attractive. Here, can I get your number? Can I give you a call sometime? Do you want to go for a drink sometime?" Blah blah blah. Eventually, they'll pay out with a number. But I don't want to go. I don't want to go around treating women like they're a slot machine. You know, treat them with respect and equal approach them with the idea of goal of friendship first and foremost. But it's just not true, is it? Everyone knows it's not true. You don't approach women in the street because you want to be really good friends with them. Everyone knows this. Women aren't machines. They are certainly slots. That's fucking bullshit. Be aware of their body language and social cues. Yeah, like when they start going, when I approach a woman and their hand starts slowly going into their purse. Those types of body languages. I've met plenty of women and started friendships with them without expecting and wanting more. But I do want more. That's the difference. I'm not going in, I want a friend. No, I'm nearly 40 years old. I'm not looking for a fucking friend over here. I'm dying, Avery. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. You understand? I'm dying, bro. Ain't doing no speed dating, man. Speed dating is for people to have conversations and things to say. What am I going to say? There's fucking cheaters everywhere in these games, I tell you. Take that or take some money to a third world country and buy one. But again, like, I don't want to buy a third world wife. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go to the clubs, man. To the gay clubs. I don't want to go to those gay clubs, bro. We'll find you someone. Any woman that goes down clubbing, I just don't think is a woman for me, man. Because like, it's only degenerates that go down clubs, man. These days, it might have been more socially acceptable to go down a club and more social, but these days, everyone's a fucking Mongol downtown. How do you know he has snake bites via Twitch chat? What are you on about? Clairvoyance. It's not okay to listen to. It's not okay to listen to music, dance, and have a drink. No one's down there. No, look, dude. Like, well, back in the day, that's what it was like, man. But it's just like these days, it's just a bunch of people just looking to shag and fight. Isn't that what it is, right? Isn't that all downtown is? Women want to go down and gossip about men and then look for a shag and get drunk, try and get free drinks preferably, and then men are looking for shags and fights. Shags and fights. That's the name of my club. I'm gonna set up a club. It's called Shags and Fights. Come down to Shags and Fights. If you like shagging, you like fighting, come to Shags and Fights. I think everybody. I think when guys go downtown, couples don't go downtown. Do you know what I'm saying? Couples rarely go downtown. Now they do, of course they do, but generally couples don't often go downtown clubbing. Often, not when they're in like serious relationship. Maybe in the early days you might go down clubbing because you want things to do. But when you're like settling down and you're actually being serious about it, you're probably not going to go down to clubbing. Because generally when people go downtown, it's usually single people looking to get laid. They're looking to go down, have an adventure, see what happens. They want to have fun, but it's not. They're not going out there without the idea that something could happen. Right? You're either going to get into a story, something crazy happened, or you end up with some sex or in a fight or something like that. You're going out with a sense of adventure when you're going downtown. You're not going down there. Oh, we're just going to go and dance and have some drinks. There's a sense of adventure with going down clubbing. Is that not true? And when you're in a couple, that sense of adventure is kind of diminished somewhat because you're kind of there for each other and not really out there for the unknown of of what's happening, right? Isn't this how people think? Isn't this psychology? Is this not true? It's not accurate. Am I not a human being? Are my observations not accurate? Bro, I just like the vibes. The vibes are shit downtown, bro. The vibes are shit. You go down there to listen to music that you fucking hate. The music's too loud, so you can't even hear people talk, so you can't even have a conversation with people, and all the drinks are overpriced. Or UK, well, I can only speak from a UK perspective, though, can't I? That's what I'm saying. Like, all the music's shit. The music's all shit. The music's too loud, so you can't actually have a conversation with anybody, so you can't talk about anything interesting, and all the drinks are overpriced. So it's just 3 levels of shit. Like, I would rather have like a house party where the music's loud enough that you can listen to it. It's the music that you kind of like, but it's not so overbearing. You can actually have conversations and talk to people in a reasonable way. Maybe even play some games and have actual, fun. Sorry, mate. Excuse me. What? What? How much? What? How for a pint? How much? What? Life savings? What? that's the nightclub experience, is it not? In the UK, is that not what it is? That literally summed up the whole nightclubbing experience in like 2 seconds. What? What, mate? What? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Who's playing this music? The music's shit. Music shit. How much for a pint? That's literally all of nightclubbing, all summed up. That's why I don't go downtown, 'cause it's just a waste of time. It's the most antisocial experience you could possibly have, is to go downtown. Just noise. Just antisocial noise. Like, I just don't understand why people do it. It makes no sense to me. It's just like, turn the music down. Can't we just have a conversation? Just go to a bar. Like going to a bar where you're talking, it's quiet, the music's kind of low, and you get to have conversations with people. You can still go up on the dance floor, you can still have a little bit of a dance. But not this like literally overpowering. You can't fucking hear anything. You only ever you just people outside smoking and talking. That's the only time you can talk is when you're outside, freezing your balls off in this fucking cold weather, freezing your fucking nuts off outside because you've got to smoke outside. And that's the only time you're having a conversation. So you're either freezing your balls off outside, fucking talking to people, or you're inside getting bombarded with shit music whilst drinking on some shit Carlin that's cost like 10 quid a pint. Sound like an old man. That's what I was saying back in the day when I was going downtown. And that's why I stopped going downtown. Because it's fucking shit. How many times have you been to a gentleman's club? You mean a strip club? Probably twice in my life. Yeah. Twice. And I remember being no, oh, a gentleman's club. What's the difference? I don't know. I don't know what a gentleman's club is then. I assumed he was trying to be a polite way of saying a strip club. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what a gentleman's club is, man. Yeah, anyway, I've gotta go feed these cats, man. It's just not fair for me to have them starve to death here. The strip club is a lap dancing, etc. Sole purpose to arouse the man. Right, okay. But that doesn't tell me what a gentleman's club is. I know what a strip club is. I'm just not, I'm familiar with the term gentleman's club. However, I don't really know what a gentleman's club is. Is it like burlesque? Is it just like less clothes? Gentleman's club is more or less just a bar, restaurant with women waiting on them and dancing. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. Gentleman's club sounds cool then, I suppose. But either way, nightclubbing, I just don't understand it, man. I just find it a very antisocial endeavor. It's really not the place for finding your soulmate. You can't find a serious relationship downtown. Like, what are the odds that if you go downtown to a club, you're gonna find like a meaningful relationship with a real woman and not just some tart that's gonna fucking do you for rape the next day. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what's probably gonna happen. Like, it's more likely to happen. You're more likely to be done with a false rape charge by some Dumbo downtown than you are finding the one. What if you go downtown to a board game cafe though? Yeah, and I'll find a bunch of nerds who are all there looking for the same thing, and it'll be like, oh, I guess we're gay then. I guess we're all gay because there's only guys here. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, I've got to go. These cheating cats, man, ain't gonna feed themselves. I've got to go feed the cats, man. So I will be back on Saturday. I don't think I'm ever gonna get this battle pass. Does anybody know when the fucking when season 2 starts? Let me just find this out quick time. I think I've got like a month at least. I think I've got at least a month. When did it come out? March 5th. So like 1, 2, yeah, literally 1 month. Like I got 4 weeks to get like 28 levels on the battle pass. And I've literally all day today I've got up like a third of a level. Bad news, man. Well, who do the cats belong to and why does it require the entire day? It doesn't require the entire day. I've got to go there now. It's my uncle and I have to feed them morning and evening for a week. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you on the Saturday anyway, guys. Thanks for dropping by. Um, uh, and what do I do? Do I unban that dude, Warlock Wizard or whatever his name is? Dude's probably not gonna be back here anyway. The guy's never even said anything before. Was it settings? Go away, man. I don't want to look at myself, bro. My doxing myself. My doxing. Okay, unban the dude, whatever, bro. Right, anyways, I'll catch you later. Can you believe you're out here banning Warlock Wizards? Well, he's probably a cheater if he's called himself Warlock Wizard, though, innit? If he's a Warlock and a Wizard, then he's probably just cheating, innit? He's probably just cheating. Right, I'll be back Saturday, catch you all laters, and I will see you then. Mate, you're feeding cats, you are a cheater. Well, the end of the day, right? It's like evil can't help being evil. My philosophy on evil: evil can't help being evil. A shark can't help being a shark. It is what it is, and a shark naturally is going to eat a seal. Like you might dislike, you might not like that the shark eats a seal. You might dislike the fact that the shark eats a seal, but you can't really hate the shark for eating a seal because it can't help what it is. It's like a cheetah can't help being a cheetah. You can't hate the cheetah. You can dislike the cheetah. You can fight against the cheetah. You can throw them in a hole and lock them away forever. But to hate the cheetah would be ridiculous. A cheetah is a cheetah. 3-star can't help being a 3-star. Yeah, but MMR doesn't mean anything, bro. Like MMR doesn't mean anything. Why does the Bible say what animals were allowed to eat then? Because some animals are more contaminated than others. Yeah, like I mean, God only declared, from my understanding, that only beef is the only meat you're allowed to eat, and it was only as a stopgap measure as well. The Bible says it's okay to eat animals. Well, that's not completely true. It's not completely true. That's not really true. There's some sort of kind of contextuals around that, but generally speaking, no. Well, not exactly promoting evil. Well, no, in the Garden of Eden, you're only supposed to eat. You're not supposed to eat meat. in the days of the Garden of Eden, you are supposed to eat only things that are like plants and seeds and things like that. You weren't supposed to eat animals. But after the fall, after Eve ate the forbidden fruit and have knowledge of evil, I'd argue that the plant itself was something of evil, and that it wasn't a tree of knowledge of good and evil like the serpent would claim, that Lucifer would claim. It was actually just an evil tree, and by eating it, you embodied an aspect of evil, and therefore knew good and evil, because you then became partially evil, because you now have evil in you, because you've consumed something that is evil, and the Bible says you are what you eat. So if you've eaten something that is evil, then you'll become partially evil. And so Adam and Eve became partially evil, and as a result, all of reality had changed because it had allowed evil into the world, and therefore things within the world started to change. Animals that weren't carnivorous became carnivorous, and now people had a need to eat meat and eat other life forms where they did not have that previously, because they become hybridized. And God allowed the eating of beef because the people couldn't stop eating meat, and God was like, well, if you can't stop eating meat and you literally can't stop yourselves from doing it, here I will let you eat this one, but only this one, and I've made it specifically for you to eat, but you're not supposed to eat the others. So if you eat a vegetable, you become one. No, that's not what it means. That's not what it means. This is fucking retard over here. No, 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 no. It's not like, oh, what if I eat a TV, I become a TV. No, 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 no. The thing that it is embodies certain features or certain, if you eat something that's poisonous, you're going to get sick. You embody the thing that it is. If you eat something that has evil in it, that contains evil, then you will embody that evil. When you have nutrients and you eat minerals and all of that, you embody those minerals. You become that which you eat. It becomes a part of you. You become part of it. You should eat 6 magic stars. Can't believe Stephen Hawking was a vegetarian. I think you mean a vegetable. No, no, I don't know what you're talking about. He's not a vegetarian. Joe, if you weren't for meat, we would not have gotten the nutrients our brains require for growth. You can get all the nutrients outside of meat. Like... I can't believe Stephen would only eat bats. What are you talking about? No, Joe, people who don't eat meat are generally unhealthier. That's just literally a myth. I literally don't eat meat and I'm perfectly fine. Just the weird facial twitches that happen every now and again. Nutrients not found or easily absorbed from plants. The primary nutrients include... But these are all just propaganda. It's all just propaganda. You don't know that what you're speaking is true. The Rockefellers literally paid to rewrite all of modern medicine and nutrition and all that kind of stuff. So, like, we were doing stuff that was perfectly fine for eons, for thousands of years. Then the Rockefellers rewrote the medical system completely through the educational system, and now we do things that we never did before. And now we have things like cancers, dementias, and all kinds of things that weren't commonplace back in the day are all commonplace now. And the only things that have changed since then is that we eat more processed foods, and our medicine is based on like petroleum-based medicines that the Rockefeller family benefits from because they own oil businesses. The healthiest groups consumed meat regularly. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you can't live a perfectly healthy life without eating meat. We don't know if there's like, different types of human beings. Who was Cain? Who was Cain reproducing with outside the Garden of Eden? Who are them? Who are those? Who are those people? Who are those in the Bible? Who are those in the Bible? The Bible doesn't talk about that. Who are they? Who are they? Who are those? Who are those guys? Who are those guys? Why did he? Yeah, but who did Cain reproduce with? Who created Cain's bloodline? Hmm. Turned white. The mark of Cain and white violence. No. What was the mark that God put on Cain? Because there's a lot of people that say that when God put the mark of Cain on Cain, that I think there was some, I think I read somewhere a translation where it was like he gave him the mark of Cain was what do you call it? What's the skin condition? I'm thinking of what do you call it? To turn white. This is not. It's not going to come up with the right thing. No, not that. Not that. No, not. It's not that. Not that. Um. It was on the tip of my tongue. Then I almost had it. My brain lit up, and then I forgot immediately. Um. Um. No. No. I don't know why I'm forgetting things, man. It must be my old age, or I'm being brain attacked. The demons are brain attacking me, stopping me from remembering. Um. Probably warlocks, man. Um. Conditions that turn skin white. Seven conditions cause vertigo, which is the vascular. Yeah, I don't want the fucking. I just want the different types. But anyway, I found a word that translates to basically is to say to that God turned Cain white as the mark of Cain. That's what some people think. You can't find anything on it before. You used to be able to find stuff on it before, man. But it's funny how when I say turn Cain white, it comes up with the mark of Cain, so it clearly knows there's reference to this. But it's not finding me the information that I'm looking for. According to scriptures, Cain was cursed from the earth for killing his brother Abel. The Bible spells out the specific contours of this curse. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield their strength, be a fugitive and a vagabond. I mean, one to be a fugitive means that you'll be a renegade forever, being on the run. But from who? Who? And a vagabond shout that be in the earth. In other words, Cain was no longer able to perform the agricultural family, blah, blah, blah. And the curse, consequences, Cain's father, after eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but also cursed the ground for thy sake, that sorrow shall blah, blah. His ones also thistle, da, 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 da. I found that he returned to the ground, da, 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 from the art, whereas the ground is cursed. I need to get the actual verses here, right? Here you go. So, and the Lord said unto him, therefore, whoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. So this is when he's getting ejected out of the Garden of Eden, right? Cain's getting kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and he's basically saying, Oh yeah, but if anybody kills you, don't worry, because like what does Cain? I think it says before this. It says, "Behold, thou hast been driven out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that every day." Oh, that's the wrong one. And Cain said unto the Lord, "My punishment is greater than I can bear. Like I'll be a fugitive, I'll be forever running." Right, and the Lord said unto him, "Therefore, whoever slayeth Cain will pay the price sevenfold." So he's on the run. So if he gets kicked out of the Garden of Eden, he's on the run. Cain is literally in the Garden of Eden. The only people who live on the earth in this time is Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Cain and Abel are the sons, the children of Adam and Eve. All right. Well, either way, then. Okay, so they were cast out of the Garden of Eden, out of Garden of Eden after the fall. Okay, fair enough. But are the people that are literally, well, he's saying he's being cast out here. Is all I'm saying is that the Garden of Eden still existed, right? They're still in the Garden of Eden, right? Or they're in some sort of containment of some sort, right? To be cast out of. But either way, the only people that live on the earth, right, are Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. So who's he on the run from? Who's he a fugitive to? What community? It's just Adam and Eve and Abel, who's dead. He's dead now. So it's just Adam and Eve, his mum and dad, and him. Why does Cain need a mark of some sort of thing that separates him from everyone else so that everybody knows you can't kill him? You're not allowed to kill him. It implies that there's other people, not just Adam and Eve, right? At this time, that it was their only children, yeah. Children were born after Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel were their first children. There weren't any others. Where? Where? Line of scripture, please. Adam and Eve and his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain and said, I've gotten a man from the Lord. Blah, blah, tiller of the ground. Abel also brought firstlings. Went through on here. There's no talk of other children before Cain is cast out for killing his brother Abel. So what was outside? What was outside the Garden of Eden? Because I've read translations where it would seem that the mark was that he was turned white in order to fit in to the people that are outside of the Garden of Eden or outside of the creation that they are, in order to blend in. Well, it doesn't matter. They're in a place together in a community somewhere, whether it's the Eden or not. Doesn't change the fact that the only people that are around are Adam and Eve and Cain. Yet somehow Cain needs to be separated from what he looks like in appearance in order to somehow get around or get along in the land of Nod, where he was exiled to, right? That's where he was sent, right? To the land of Nod, or whatever, to Nod or whatever. So he was somewhere else where he was with Adam and Eve, and then ejected from that place, whether it's Eden or not. He was in a place, ejected out, and sent to the land of Nod or whatever, right? And then he was given the mark of Cain so that anybody that would kill him would pay the price sevenfold, which implies there are other people, other creations. And there's implications that he was turned white, that Adam and Eve were black. Cain murders his brother Abel, and then Cain was cursed with the mark of Cain and turned white because the people outside the Garden of Eden were white. And if you were white, let's say it was really white. Let's just say hypotheticals. You were really, really white, like pale white, like a clown, super white. You might not hang around in the sunlight because it might burn your skin in it. You might get burnt up all up in the sun. So you might live in a cave, in it. You go live in a cave if you were white. So you would go into the caves with all the other people because you'd also be turned white as well. So you wouldn't want to be out in the sunlight because you'd burn up. So you go live in the cave with all of the other cave people, and then you'd reproduce with all the cavemen or the Neanderthals or whatever, or the Neanderthals that existed outside the subhumans that existed outside of creation, who were pale white like clowns, he would reproduce with them and create an offshoot of them, right? And that's why when you start making hybrids with these white cavemen that exist, that live in caves because they can't come out of the caves because they'll burn up in the sun like vampires, right? Right? I know about doing the RSPCA, right? And they would burn up like vampires in the sky. You might think that when you start creating hybrids and you start diluting the gene pool, because Cain is technically black, he might create more hybrids that are less white than pale white, and therefore don't need to live in caves anymore. And they might not want to live in caves. And so Cain came out of the caves and then built the first city. And that's why the Freemasons revere Cain as the first Mason, because he built the first city. And why would you build a first city of buildings? In order to stop people from burning up in the sun because your skin is white. Because you need buildings to protect yourself from the sun. But who are those outside of the Garden of Eden? Fucking Morlocks, bro. That's what's living out. That's what's living outside. That's what was outside the Garden of Eden. Fucking Morlocks, bro. These living in caves, Morlocks, mate. That's what were there, living in caves, mate. And Cain reproduced with these Morlocks and produced a whole line of people from Morlocks. Anyway, I'm going anyway, guys. I've got to go. Cats need feeding. I'm back on Saturday, guys. Catch you later. Have a good evening. I'm out of here.